Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, the man Tadwina Yali wa Rama. How are you guys? Just put out this real quick. And yeah, man, welcome back. Thursday night. And yeah, man, I was planning to do this topic about a couple of weeks ago. Not a couple of weeks ago, about a week ago. Yeah, and obviously I got a bit delayed, got carried away with one or two things, and thought to myself, why not? Let me talk about this subject as well. And I wanted to not draw similarities, but we've got a similar problem. I don't know if it's similar problems or do we as first I want to shout out to a lot of the brothers and sisters again for the last stream. Big up everyone that came by. Especially we have found some power gems. Hopefully Bashir and brother sister Mona as well. Big up to the new speakers. Always lovely. Always good to see new gems coming up on the pitch. And again, guys, don't be shy. The link's always in the chat. So yeah. And before we start again, what did I want to speak about? I want you guys to hit up the like button, hit up the subscribe button, share the thing if this is your first time listening to Somali speakers. And yeah, like I said, I really wanted to touch down on this subject because it has been, some of the scenes and obviously, and I wanted to say, may Allah bless all the brothers, may Allah take the hardship away from any of the brothers and sisters that are suffering in Afghanistan, all across the world, all across the world. I mean, but like I said, yeah, do we have maybe do we have similar problems, similar scenarios, certain groups? Yeah, do we have? Oh, I hate that. My bad. Just switch that off. And that's what I was thinking. I was trying to, see if we have similarities. So I wanted to, because when this incident happened, this recently came out. And I want to know people's brothers and sisters' thoughts on this. Let me just put this up.
NHS bilaash inaad kala soo degto taleefankaaga casriga ah ama tabletkaaga adigoo kala soo degaya App Store ama Google Play. Miyaadan dareemayn caafimaad? Hel talo bixin lagu kalsoon yahay oo ku jira farahaaga fiidooda wakhti kasta iyo meel kasta. Haddii aadan xasuusan karin magaca daawada uu dhakhtarku ku siiyey, kaliya furo diiwaankaaga caafimaadka.
The Taliban's performance. The Taliban takeover of Afghanistan has many experts and analysts looking at the Al-Shabaab in Somalia for a similar outcome. Both countries have seen foreign forces based within their borders for over a decade. Each has seen slow progress in getting their own army up to standards. And corruption has plagued both societies, even within the military. Al-Shabaab media outlets have, of course, celebrated the Taliban victory, using the news for both recruiting and intimidation. Former U.S. Marine Corps officer Andrew Franklin says, "The Taliban victory over the U.S. in Afghanistan will inevitably embolden Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda. Expect an upsurge in their activities within Somalia as well as in Kenya's 5 frontline countries. Remember that U.S. troops withdrew from Somalia 15/01/2021, relocating mainly to Kenya." The Voice of America talked with former Somali intelligence official Abdul Salam Guled, who said that Mogadishu has to end its overdependence on foreign troops. Analyst Abdi Wahab Abdi Samad points out that the numbers between the Taliban and the Al-Shabaab don't equate. He asserts that the Taliban have 10 to 15 times the number of fighters, and they have mountainous terrain to hide in and fight from, while the Al-Shabaab are defending flat ground. The Taliban have also always had a stable leadership structure, while their Somali counterparts have had a splintered command with regional bosses. Dr. Yusuf Sheikh Omar, a researcher at the University of London, does not think the Al-Shabaab can repeat the Taliban's performance. He sees some similarities between the groups and some advantages for the Somali Islamic movement. Dr. Omar writes that Al-Shabaab lacks a local agenda. They promote rhetoric and delusional global agenda that will not serve for their end goal. Unlike Taliban, Al-Shabaab has failed to engage with neighboring countries, let alone with the international communities. Instead, their rhetoric approach to conquering Africa and beyond has shown their naivete and immaturity. After 16 years of war, AS has remained captive for its crude philosophy. However, he does see a unilateral pullout of the AMISOM forces as a potential game changer. Adrian Blomfield writes for The Economist magazine. He warns that Kenya is exposed to a negative consequence of the Taliban takeover due to the heroin trade. When they were previously in power, the Taliban saw the addictive drug as an important cash crop. Blomfield writes, Kenya is a major transit point for traffickers, and the trade has already weakened Kenyan institutions and infected politics. If the Al-Shabaab got into the heroin business, it could also increase their capabilities to attack Kenya. ADN TV will continue to report on political and security developments in Africa.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum family. Yes, wallah, assalamu alaikum assalam. Yeah, man. What do you guys think of them little clips there, man? Talk to me. Do you see similarities? And I was gonna say similarities and what else? I don't really see similarities. I don't know. Inspiration. I don't know, man, because I want to see how these guys actually really did take over and what's really about. And like the guy said as well, like lacking numbers. I don't think so. I'm not trying to proportion it to that scale, but I'm trying to think about what he said was kind of profound. He said, I don't know. I don't know. Oz, my brother from the Pakistan. I don't know, man. You're from in and around you're from the stans. You're from in and around Afghanistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan. I got something else interesting cooking up for us, innit? I wanted to see something else what people think of that. But I hear you, but I don't know, man. Do you think, because I used to think to myself, what is really going on? All I used to know is Afghanistan, 20 years, America's in there. Is it the heroin? Is it this? Is it that? More stuff has come out. So I'm thinking to myself, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't even know. How do you say? No, I wouldn't even say takeover abs. I wouldn't even say takeover G. I'm not wishing that, my broski, but I'm just trying to say like from inspiration, gathering inspiration. That's what I'm trying to say. Because as we saw in that video, maybe there was some certain padding the backs, looking up to, buddying. But right now I wanted to get into who are these guys? Who are these guys in these what the oranges of these guys and what they're really about? So boom. The kebabbies, the kebab boys, man. Saying that, saying that. Let's watch this one. Let's get into this one. I want to know your thoughts on this.
the height of the Soviet-Afghan War, At the height of the Soviet-Afghan War, about 6 million women and children fled abroad while the men stayed behind to fight. The refugee kids would later be indoctrinated by Pakistani clerics and turned into the Taliban. A decade later, the Taliban youngsters would return home to fulfill their zealous goals for an Islamic state. So let's talk about the social evolution of the Taliban. I'm your host Shirvan and welcome to Caspian Report. If you like our content, hit the like button, turn on the notification bell or leave a comment. The Soviets had brought overwhelming military superiority to the field. Their tanks, jets, artillery made quick work of the anti-government forces called the Mujahideen. However, regardless of how many battles the Soviets won, they were losing the fight as a whole. The Mujahideen had no central command, no unified organization to speak of, and the decentralized nature meant that there was no way to negotiate a diplomatic solution. They never engaged in pitched battles, fighting only in areas where they had the tactical advantage. The guerrilla fighters could therefore strike at will and retreat into the mountains. Soviet tanks and armored vehicles could not pursue into the elevated areas because the passages were uncharted. Even Soviet jets were ineffective because the Mujahideen used the flight patterns of birds as an early warning system. Whenever a large group of birds took flight, the guerrilla fighters knew something was up and took shelter beforehand. The Soviets were fighting ghosts, and in most encounters, they found themselves outmaneuvered. In the early phase of the conflict, the Soviet army was mostly shooting at rocks and dirt. In this type of combat, nearly all of the Soviet weaponry was useless, all but one, the Mil-24 gunship. Its thick armor could withstand a barrage of small arms while it hovered over the air like an angel and took down enemy combatants with its large rotary cannon. However, once the Americans supplied the Mujahideen with Stinger surface-to-air missiles, it was game over. The economics was set. A Stinger cost less than $40,000 to produce, while the Mil-24 gunship had a price tag of $10 million. And soon enough, the Afghans were taking down 1 or 2 helicopters a day with these new weapons. My friend Griffin from the Armchair Historian made a video on that very subject.
Hi, Shirvan. If you want to see how these weapons were later turned on the Americans, head over to my video on the 2001 invasion of Afghanistan, which you can find on the Armchair Historian channel.
Thanks, Griffin. By 1985, the Soviet leadership understood that the war effort was unsustainable. Yet, as difficult it was to fight the Mujahideen with their new weapons, it was even harder to identify them since they looked like other Afghans from the countryside. And most of the Mujahideen troops were just farmers and peasants. Whenever they weren't fighting the Soviets, they were plowing their fields, arranging marriages, and going about their daily lives.
Hey, my name is Russell Brunson. I want to send you a free copy of my brand new book called Funnel Stacking, the 3 Core Funnels. And I have an ebook.
Sensing their strategic dilemma, Soviet military thinkers came up with a radical new doctrine. Since the guerrilla fighters and the Afghans from the countryside were indistinguishable, both were to be treated as enemy combatants. A plan of mass exodus was devised by none other than Nobel Peace Prize winner Mikhail Gorbachev. In the preceding years, countless villages were bombed, industrial sites were shut down, livestock was gunned down from the air, landmines were scattered over farmlands, and so on. Many of these landmines are still there, making arable land a precious resource. In just the first year of this deadly new doctrine, over 1 million Afghans died. Perhaps the most cruelest tactic was the Soviet toy mine. It was specifically designed to attract children, but it was only strong enough to maim them. The science behind this was that injured families would not be capable of putting up further resistance. It was that kind of a war. The ultimate objective was to force the rural population into the urban areas, which the Soviets did control. Kabul's population nearly tripled, but most Afghans, more than 6 million, fled their homeland to neighboring Pakistan and Iran. Children made up a disproportionate bulk of the refugees. Remember these kids, because one day they will return. The refugees, however, were not whole families. Women, children, and elderly people left their homes while the men stayed behind to defend it. Whoever was of fighting age was given a rifle and pointed towards the direction of the foreign enemy. Now, Afghans were familiar with combat, but this level of genocidal warfare was nothing they had seen before. For Afghans, this was no longer a war against a foreign invasion, but a fight for survival. As families were torn apart, Afghanistan became a land absent of women and children. This was a significant turning point. As patriarchal as Afghan culture is, family ties tempered the macho behavior. Men were tough, but they would also intuitively display signs of pride, affection, generosity, and protection. Disconnected from their families for years, the Afghan fighters became emotionally disturbed. Most of the Mujahideen guerrilla fighters found themselves stuck in the sole company of other adult men in some of the harshest conditions imaginable. War can change men, and in Afghanistan, it changed millions. In Pakistan, in the city of Peshawar, ethnic Pashtuns organized fundraisers, collected weapons, and recruited volunteers to fight alongside their kin in Afghanistan. Soon enough, more than 80 factions emerged, all claiming to be fighting for a holy cause. The Inter-Services Intelligence, or ISI for short, took hold of the situation. Prior to this, the ISI had been a relative small player in Pakistani politics, but with the massive resources coming in from the United States and Saudi Arabia to fund the Afghan war effort, the ISI quickly rose to the top of Pakistan's political food chain. The ISI distributed money, weapons, and volunteer fighters to its favorite Pakistani-based groups, which then sent these across the border into Afghanistan. Each of the Pakistani groups claimed the mantle of leadership, and each tried to prove their devotion to the Afghan cause by taking more radical Islamic narratives. As the war in Afghanistan dragged on, the Pakistani groups took on increasingly zealous attitudes, one more extreme than the other, until extremism was the new normal for the Afghan Mujahideen. By 1988, the Soviet war machine could bear no more and retreated. They abandoned their Afghan communist allies to the wolves. The government in Kabul desperately tried to reach a peace deal, but it was to no avail. Too much blood had been spilled, and without Soviet support, the Kabul government had no leverage for negotiations. There was still enough Soviet military hardware to hold out a fight, but in 1992, things eventually fell apart. The Mujahideen forces enclosed on Kabul and overthrew the communist leadership. However, once in Kabul, the Mujahideen groups came to blows with one another. They started occupying different parts of the city and fired thousands of rockets on each other. The carnage ripped Kabul apart. Half of the city was reduced to rubble. A similar fate took hold in the other cities, where competing Mujahideen forces turned their rifles against one another and fought to solidify their holdings. Essentially, what the Soviets did to the countryside, the Afghans did to their cities. And soon enough, chaos engulfed Afghanistan as many sovereign domains emerged all across the country, all of which erected checkpoints on what remained of the roads. Remember those kids we mentioned earlier who fled their homes due to the Soviet depopulation strategy? Well, the years had not been kind to them. Growing up in refugee camps is no childhood. Most of these kids had no father figures, and all they knew was poverty. A whole generation of Afghan kids grew up in these camps. There was only one way to escape: Pakistani madrasas. These were religious schools that provided free education. It gave the kids some sense of normality, routine, and something they could look forward to. The schools were run by clerics who answered to the Islamist parties in Pakistan and were closely connected to the ISI, while their funding mostly came from the wealthy Saudi families. More than 2,000 such madrasas operated in Pakistan by the Afghan border, and an estimated 220,000 children enrolled in these schools. Now, you can see where this is going. The refugee kids were virtually cut off from the world news and were indoctrinated into the Wahhabi faith. The students were made to believe that they were destined to rescue the world from evil, and evil constituted anything that was not familiar to them. Many of these madrasas also taught combat skills in addition to religion, so their students could go and fulfill the apocalyptic narrative. These students became the Taliban. The word Taliban is the plural word for student in Arabic. In the Afghan city of Kandahar, a Taliban cleric by the name of Mullah Omar had led a group of youngsters to take over some districts from other Mujahideen groups. For the locals, this was a welcome change. Many of the smaller Mujahideen groups had turned to extortion, harassment, and persecution. With the Taliban youngsters, however, rapists were hung, thieves lost limbs, and other criminals were dealt with accordingly. At the time, for many Afghans, the Taliban may have seemed like bringers of stability when compared to the old Mujahideen. The events in Kandahar caught the eye of the Pakistani security apparatus, and soon enough, the ISI provided the up-and-coming Taliban with arms, funding, and additional training. By 1994, the Taliban took out the Mujahideen checkpoints by the Afghan-Pakistani border, allowing for goods to reach the Afghan markets. Prices were lowered too, since there were no more tolls. Next, the Taliban completely took over Kandahar and came in possession of artillery, tanks, helicopters, radio equipment, and not to mention hundreds of truckloads of guns, ammunition, and money.
Shop the latest Hublot collections at Watches of Switzerland.
Meanwhile, across the border, Pakistan opened the gates of the Afghan refugee camps, allowing the Taliban students to pour into Afghanistan. Initially, Afghans welcomed the Taliban because civilians lived under the fearful eye of the Mujahideen thugs. Afghans were desperate for a savior, and the Taliban fulfilled that role. Following Kandahar, the Taliban drove out the Mujahideen from cities such as Ghazni, Wardak, Logar, and others. By 1995, they took the city of Herat and were headed towards the capital Kabul. In late September 1996, residents of Kabul found their streets being patrolled by young men with black turbans. The Taliban looked as foreign as the Russians. They spoke a different dialect, were educated in a faraway land, and descended from the refugee families from the mid-1980s. As soon as the Taliban settled into the seat of power, reality sunk in. Women were henceforth forbidden to take part in the public life, thieves would lose limbs, music, films, and even photos were banned, theaters were turned into mosques, video stores were burned down, and TV sets were smashed. Gambling was outlawed, pets were forbidden, the celebration of non-Islamic festivities was criminalized, and even traditional Afghan customs such as kite flying was prohibited. Every man and woman had to wear clothing according to the mandates of Sharia, beards became mandatory to men, and anyone caught not praying at designated times would be punished. Afghanistan became a totalitarian state. Much of the world turned a blind eye to the activities of the Taliban, mostly because the events in Eastern Europe took precedence. American policymakers knew little about the Taliban, and many believed that they would eventually evolve into a state much like Saudi Arabia. As far as the White House was concerned, it was business as usual. This sentiment quickly changed in 1998 when a French Arab-Afghan Mujahideen group called Al-Qaeda declared war against the United States. US lawmakers were caught off guard and asked their Pakistani counterparts to look into the situation. By this time, however, the Pakistanis had lost their influence over the Taliban. In fact, it turned out that the Taliban's promotion of Pashtun chauvinism endangered the territorial integrity of Pakistan itself. The political architects of the ISI had failed to anticipate this social evolution. Moreover, many of the lower-ranking ISI agents had worked for years with their Taliban partners and had grown personal sympathies. In practice, these ISI agents were as much as Pakistani patriots as they were members of the Taliban. The Pakistani leadership recognized that they had created a monster. The infection of Talibanism had already affected the lower ranks of the ISI, and the government in Islamabad refrained from taking any action against the Taliban for fear that the lower ISI agents would disobey the orders, possibly even committing a coup. This turn of events granted the Taliban a free hand, and Talibanism or Pashtun chauvinism overran the entirety of the Afghan-Pakistan border. The Taliban could now do whatever it pleased. The rival Mujahideen leaders were assassinated, the 6th century Buddha statues of Bamyan were destroyed, and Mullah Omar of the Taliban delivered a stark warning to the Prime Minister of Pakistan that he could either enforce Sharia or deal with the instability. Concerning the Taliban, all bets were off, and that would become even clearer following the attack on September 11, for Afghanistan would once again be in the spotlight. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report. Remember to hit the like button, turn on the notification bell, or leave a comment for the algorithm. Thank
Yeah, where do we start? This is some of the big comments. Yeah, big salam, sister. Yes, sister talk. Salam alaikum. Big up my brother Usman in the building. Abshir, you've been asking some decent questions. Some decent questions, man. Let me see. Which ones can I pick out? Start off with the SS legend. Let me start off with the legends. Ooh. What are you saying? Stop pocketing aid money. Where is it? Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
Alaikum salam. How are you?
I'm alright, man. Big man, Yabba so Yab's in the builds. Well, go on, talk to me, my brother.
Yeah, man. I took a break, man. I'm back though.
I'm back.
I'm back.
I'm back and I'm better.
Yeah, mashallah, man. Up to Afghan. What can you say, man?
I don't know what to say. Where do we start from? I'm saying similarities. You see the comments. Some of the comments out here are going crazy. What do you think?
There's no similarities. Let's just be honest, yeah. Somalia is not all Al-Shabaab. In Afghanistan, all of them are Taliban, including the little kid that's running in the park, bro.
You say Taliban, bang, bang. You say
bang. The president was a Taliban. His wife was a Taliban. His sister was a Taliban. Everybody was a Taliban, bro.
The wife, the sister, everyone.
Everyone was a Taliban. That's why America could not get rid of no Taliban, bro.
You're saying them are unstoppable.
They are unstoppable, bro. Look at their country now. They're happy. They got everything. All right, maybe they lost some money here and there for foreign investment. Who the hell cares about foreign investment? Sometimes you're just happy with your own investment.
No, I think everyone cares about foreign investment. But I'm saying, look, think about it. If you really think about it, yeah. How many years? The US Army has just pulled out right now, and it's been about 20 odd years. How long has it been? 20 to 25 years? But look, yeah. The minute within 25, I don't know, 2 days, measure carnage. You seen the images? You seen people
What
dropping out
carnage?
of
What carnage?
planes?
What carnage? Where's the carnage? Have you seen a bomb blowing up in Afghanistan? Have you seen a suicide
Come on,
bomber
man.
blowing himself up in the Taliban?
Of course, we hear it every other day. Did you see the
Nah,
planes? What do you mean?
used to, not anymore. The foreign fighters left in Afghanistan now. I haven't heard nothing since they left. Not one bomb went off. All you see is these bands enjoying themselves. That's all.
Oh,
You understand what I'm saying?
yes. I beg whoever's a mod, sign popped off today. Yeah, but then, man, I don't know, fam. I don't know because sign popped off today in Kabul airport. You best eat your words, my bro.
Because the American
you
airline
best
landed.
retract some statements,
The
my family.
American airline landed. The American airline landed to take their people back. Yeah, that's the reason why things are blowing up in the airport. Have you ever seen anything else? Markets getting blown up, kids dying, Afghanistan's dying. Nothing like that.
What do you mean,
Like
man?
that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. Well, I'm being honest with you, man.
Yo,
Listen.
yo. Is that family? Yeah, that's family there still. That's SS Legend. Yeah, you came with some new name or something different changed. Nah,
Really?
bro. Yeah, no, you just went. I didn't. You know them ones.
Okay.
Yeah, because that blue thing came out and then it just flipped, and I was like, whoa, it might be a troll, No, we gotta be the security. No, but yeah, but what are you saying, Musa? What's going on? Hold on. How are you?
All good.
I know you got something off your chest. Get it off.
And about this Afghan thing, and I think people are judging them too harshly still because they're like following what the Western media say and stuff like that. But from what I can gather, US went into Afghan about 1991, right? After the Soviet Union collapsed or left or something. And in 1994, the Taliban's and that was their first attack, and they was attacking mainly Afghan warlords that were there after the Soviet Union. And these Afghan warlords, some of the stuff that they were doing and some of the stuff that was going on in Afghan was ridiculous. And I don't even want to talk about it. And
the Mujahideens, is that what they're called? The Mujahideen fighters.
Sorry to bother you. Let me just explain something to YA, the bomber, ISS, and all this. Please, who owns ISS? Who created ISS? America created it, bro. Don't put that rubbish up here. I'm telling you the truth here. Look at Taliban up to Afghanistan in 1991. Since 1991 until now, what went up in the world market? Batriyasha Electric went up. Yeah? You know why? Because in Afghan mountains, you find them things, bro. And
I got another video. I got a video just for that. Yeah, I got something for us. I got something cooking for us. Carry on, bro.
And what you were saying about the planes and stuff, that's again one of the tactics that they use in the Western media. And those people jumping on the plane, they were told that they would get free immigration to the US, basically. And that's why some of them were doing it. And most of the people, the Afghan people, were going into the country. They were celebrating after the Taliban took over. Most of them, the majority of them, were celebrating. It's like the Iraq thing they did after and Sudan was toppled. They got a few people, right? That were like cheering and stuff. But most of the stuff that was going on was behind the cameras and stuff. It's the same thing here.
So, Brother Musa, I got a question for you. I just want to ask you a quick question on that because I feel like you've kind of made up your decision. So you're telling me the images that we've been seeing in the last couple of weeks, I'm telling you
that
it's fabricated. Are you trying to tell me right now as
not exactly fabricated, but they're using deception here. They're using deception. Most of the Afghan people, they're actually happy.
Musa, I agree with you 110%. Can I explain?
They're actually happy with the Taliban.
What media did you see that image?
Let Musa come through. Musa.
No, what media did you see those images? I ask you a question, Kay.
Me?
Yeah. What media?
It was all over. It was everywhere.
Those things.
It's everywhere.
Where?
Numerous platforms everywhere.
Where?
Everywhere. The same place where you saw it. What do you mean where?
BBC,
TV. I don't watch them things. I don't watch them
Who owns
things.
YouTube? Who owns YouTube? Western.
Yeah, who owns
Google? They do. Who owns all the national news channels and everything else? They do. So please
See,
don't
this is what
tell
I'm
me
saying.
that.
This is what I'm saying about this is what I'm saying about conspiracy theorist guys, isn't it? Yeah. It's always no, you know them ones, yeah. I'm saying what we're seeing right now, and we're witnessing people dropping off. There's a young brother. He was a footballer. I think he had a football child, young Afghanistan. He dropped off a plane, my brother. Why are these people running? These are the type of questions I'm coming
Okay,
from.
okay.
And this is the type of question I'm coming from. If
I should have sent you a video for you to watch before this, and he explains it. And
have you got the link?
Yeah,
Drop
yeah,
it.
I got the
if
link.
you got the
But
link,
it's
just
like
drop it.
15-minute long. It's like 15-minute long.
Now you might as well break it down fast then.
But basically, it is a Westerner, and he's against he's like protesting against the war. He's been protesting against the war for like ever, like in Afghan. Most of the stuff that he tells you about the stuff that Americans were doing, and those who supported the Americans were doing to the people of the Afghan, it is basically, and some Americans were basically shooting kids, basically assassinating kids that were joining and Islamic teachings and stuff like that. Like stuff like that was going on in Afghanistan. Now imagine if that was going on in Somalia, yeah. Like our kids were being shot, yeah, for going to Islamic schools, yeah. And picture that in your mind, yeah, and who are the people supporting? Most of the people will be supporting the Somali, right? They wouldn't be supporting the occupying force, right? Same here. Afghan, most of them weren't supporting the US. They weren't supporting them. They were against them. And anyone that sided with them was seen like an enemy. You get it?
I hear you. What do you think about this question here, though? What about these questions here? These questions on the board for you guys.
They're scared of Taliban.
Yeah, that's one of the things I said. They promised them immigration as well. They promised them immigration. That's why they were jumping on the planes. They didn't tell you about that.
Hey, listen, Afghanistan in 1991, before pre-American entrance, yeah, after the Russians left, they're still the same. They're as poor as they were. Nothing has changed. Nothing extra. Do you understand what I'm telling you? The only thing that happened is since 1991 until now, America, your Tesla, the richest motherfucker in the world right now, right? Sorry to swear, but honestly, the richest guy, one of the richest guy in the world. Do you know why? Battery source is found in their mountains. They've been sucked. Opiate bandament, the opiates, the rise of opiate use. Up to energy at the time that I did, they give you. I used to get morphine for my knee injury, you know. Now I'm getting bloody codeine tablets, bro. 3 days later, I'm an addict. You understand what I'm saying?
What S said, bro? They're trying to take out all the educated people out of the economy so that the economy falls when the people turn on the Taliban. Basically, they're trying that as well. Like that's one of the reasons why they're promising them immigration. They want to get the educated people out of the country. Like,
what educated people? The people who are jumping on the airplane are not educated. Trust me, bro. Wallahi, they're not educated. These people who are being promised a land where you can get free Sharia and free. When did you know America to give rights to foreigners? Let's just be honest. Whenever did you know America to give rights to foreigners? Do you know how many people they said they rescued? And where are they? A minicab driver and a street cleaner? Come on, bruh. Well, is that the promised life?
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's deception. That's all they're doing. It's just deception.
Not really, man. Say if you're dead broke and what done Kada, and that taxi and that street life, you know, because at the end of the day, but I'm just trying to say something, yeah. Say if that job right there in the West is providing you family and all of that, don't be looking at a shop way in the derogatory way, right? You know the ones like cab driver yesterday, and these people are hired on people like semester.
At what cost?
Semester. What do you mean
At what cost? At what cost? At what cost did that come? The man is dead, nearly dead, working 15 hours, 16 hours just to provide for his family, living in
if he's under totalitarian rulership, innit, yeah, or Ghanayan, or Nafto, what do you expect them to do?
Oh, نفترض مو بقناع in America now. نفترض مو بقناع. مساجد داقل والي توغنيا. كنيسة داقل والي توغنيا. If I walk down the street, police might even shoot me. If I drive a car wrongly, I might get pulled over for no reason. I don't exist no more, bruh. Come on, man. Let's just be honest, all right? Let's talk real here. There's no life in the Western world. You're a slave to the system they created for themselves.
We know that. We know you're part of this machine that keeps it the beast, as IC3 says, the beast in it. Yeah, but you're failing to say something. There's a reason. Like I said, I'm gonna allude to this year. This person, this brother or sister, I don't know who the hell you are. There's a reason they're running my family. It does come with Bakanayan. I don't think it's just
Because
visas. You're willing
Afghanistan,
nilly. I
Yo,
think
no,
you lot,
Khalid,
I think you lot being a naive as well. Musa and Yabid, I think you guys are being a slight bit
no,
naive.
Wallah, I'm telling you
no,
the truth.
Khalid,
The whole of
remember
Afghanistan
what I
is
said.
Taliban.
Mhm.
It's
Remember what I
Taliban.
said.
There's no
Remember
way
what
they
I
can
said.
get rid of it.
Remember what I said that most people are supporting and are against the US occupation. Those who are siding with the US,
Yeah.
that could be them jumping on the planes for all we know. That could be them. So they have a right to be scared because now the Taliban took over. And they were supporting the enemy, the people that were killing their children, literally
Okay.
assassinating their kids.
I
Th- th-
disagree there. Musa,
when you
I'm so
think about
sorry
it.
about
sorry.
this.
Someone's
could be them.
asking. KS, the link is in the chat, man. What's wrong with this guy? The link is right here. Let me press the link for this person. The
Listen,
link is right there. I'm gonna give him a special link. There's a special
Musa, I
link.
disagree there with you because these
Yo,
people are
Brother,
coming. I
KS, you
can't.
press this link. Sorry, Yabba. You press this link. You
Yo,
come
Khalid.
on. Yeah.
Khalid, go to this video, yeah. Start at like in 6 minutes, yeah. This is Ali Dawe and interviewing an Afghani political commentator or something about the Afghan situation. He did it about a week ago, I think, or a couple of days ago. Start from like 6 minutes 20. He explains what happens and the history of in Afghan after the Soviet Union.
Okay.
The history is in the library. You can learn it yourself. You don't need to listen to the next man to tell you that.
I lied. That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, but most
listen.
people don't know.
Listen.
Most people ain't gonna read about it as well.
Okay. Where is it?
It's on the private chat. I'll link there.
No, I got it. No. Got it for you. Broski,
Yeah,
let me just
play
play
at 6 minutes 20. 6 minutes 20.
6 minutes 20. Can you lot see the screen, yeah?
Yeah, play it.
I would like to give them a bit of background.
Yes.
Why 9/11 happened, why America invaded Afghanistan, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Just to, I'm not going to speak with more statistics and dates and year. I will go with the flow of the discussion so it's easy for everybody to understand what happened.
Yes, please, yeah.
It wasn't the trade center which made America to invade Afghanistan.
Okay.
America was involved in Afghanistan from 1991.
The Soviet?
Yes. They were funding the Mujahideen through Pakistan and Saudi Arabia to fight against the Soviet Union.
Yes.
And when they fought, the money was given as a form of donation or zakat, so on and so forth, from people from the Gulf countries like Emirat, Saudi, channeling through Pakistan to Afghanistan.
Okay.
And there were camps in Pakistan, which were the training centers, the camps, which there are a lot of famous camps in Peshawar, as well as in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, in the whole area, there are a lot of camps which were actually famous for this work. They funded that money to fight the Soviet Union. And in 1991, Soviet Union collapsed and they were forced to leave Afghanistan. And the funding which was given to the government through Soviet Union, of course, that funding stopped. The government had nothing in their banks or reserve. So the Russians are gone and the Najibullah government was in power. So what happened, those Mujahideens, which were funded by the Americans were closely involved with them. But they took tribalism, like Pashtun, Tajik, Uzbek, and Hazara. They took tribalism and they fought each other because of power. One wanted to become the prime minister, second wanted to become the minister or the president. They were fighting each other to a degree that the rape was common. The blocks in every road was there. For example, Pashtun wouldn't be able to travel to Tajik area. Tajik won't be able to travel to Pashtun area. My sister is here. I'm sorry to say that they literally chop the breast of women in front of their men so they can degrade them. What they did, they chopped their heads. Both parties, all the warlords were involved in killing machines. In fact, there were roadblocks, and the man would stand without any pant and would tell you when you're crossing that roadblock, either you pay me money, I will rape your woman in front of you. The man of the standing without any pants. Can you believe that? In fact, there were famous people which happened to later become the parliament MPs, known by the dogs, because they used to eat and bite people and choke their meats with their teeth. That was the situation what happened. And CIA was heavily involved with these warlords, supporting them. For example, amongst them was Steve Cool, Black Cooper. They were literally working with Northern Alliance and forming different groups in that area. So what happened in 1994, the first military operation started by Taliban in Kandahar to defend the people, the ordinary people, from these warlords and to protect them. And actually this started with the rape case of a girl who was raped forcefully. And this is a true story. If I'm a warlord and I see your wife is beautiful, I will just knock your door and take your wife and kill you. That's the true story. I mean, people can label it whatever they wanted. So there was no jihad, no Islam whatsoever. In a group, Taliban were mostly people who were sent by their parents to Pakistan to learn Islamic education. They were in madrasas. So in Kandahar, the first activity started to defend an innocent girl who was raped by a warlord. And then the movement started, and Pakistan, they situated, okay, it's a great movement. Why not we send all the students from madrasas? They send them. So in 1996, in September, they took over the government. Why people supported them? Because they were less corrupt. They were saying, okay, we are going with the Sharia law and we will not harm anybody, protect everyone. There will be safety. And what happened in those areas, even in the time of Taliban were in power, they couldn't control the northern side of Afghanistan, like Northern Alliance, which was Panjshir, Parwan, and these areas were not controlled. And especially those areas mostly led by famous commander Masood, Ahmad Shah Masood. And CIA was literally funding those people to fight the Taliban. And at the same time, working with some areas of Taliban, with some of the Talibans to make sure that the country is not going in the hands of Russians again, or the Chinese don't come over. And there were economical reasons, which we will discuss later on, which was a pipeline from Tajikistan, which call it TAPI, which involves Pakistan, India, and Afghanistan. And Afghanistan was a core strategic location for that pipeline. So therefore, they need to have somebody who can they trust in that area. So in 9/11, it could be a debatable matter. We can debate it today, but we don't have to do that. And I don't have to go into details. 9/11 wasn't something that was done by the Afghani people. None of the citizens were Afghan, non-Iraqi. They were mostly Saudi citizens. And they took that as a point of a reason to attack Iraq and Afghanistan and then Libya. I personally believe, as Professor Steve Cool, that they believe that 9/11 was an inside job. It was a reason for America to, allow themselves to go to the Iraq and go to the Afghanistan and have war. And when 9/11 happened,
there's a website called Rethink.
Yeah, so as you can hear from there, and at first Taliban started as a noble cause. It was
yeah. I'm also sorry. 1 second. I've got a new panelist. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yo, KS.
Yes.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Welcome to the panel.
Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum, guys. How you doing? You alright? Mashallah, mashallah. I'm just gonna get one on. Yeah, basically, wallahi, this is an important topic you guys are talking about, man. So I just
Thank you, brother. Welcome to the panel, by the way. If you found it easy to get in, you're like, how?
Yeah.
Do you know if you look, there's a blue thing on for everyone else, just like KS said. The link's always in the chat. It's in the description. It's pinned. You know that little blue thing?
Yeah.
You can see it. You just press that. But carry on.
Like you said, alhamdulillah, this is an important topic you're talking about. And because, what happened in Afghanistan, shocked a lot of us, how quickly they captured the country. But, the downside was there was a lot of people that were comparing Afghanistan to Somalia, which, you know, some people that don't really know what's happening in Afghanistan might fall for that trick. They might think, oh, okay, look, the Taliban, they captured the whole country. The same thing's going to happen. But you can't compare the Taliban to a organization such as Al-Shabaab.
Yeah, 100.
Because the Taliban are actually like, you know, they want to help their country. They don't want to like attack other countries. All they want to do is help their own people. They don't want to harm other nations. But if you compare
do you guys know what the word Taliban means?
Taliban means I don't.
It means student, doesn't it? Some
student, yeah.
The students.
But what I'm trying to say, guys, I'm trying to say is Al-Shabaab are a terrorist organization, deadly. Like, what they believe is like endless war. They believe like even if they capture Somalia, all of Somalia, they want to fight on, keep fighting the world. And this is impossible. This is destructive. Anyone who follows them is going to lead to a path of destruction. So you can't compare the goals. I mean, you can't. So it's not fair to compare the Taliban, who have specifically got. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you 110%. Abdi, you cannot compare Somalia and Afghanistan. All right, let's just be honest. Afghanistan, do you know the oldest tradition in this world we live in right now? They were way before the Chinese. The Afghanistans used to exist way before the Chinese. And the oldest we talk about is China, 200 years ago. Up to these niggas are like 250, 270 years ago.
Exactly, yeah. I think the only organization we can compare to the Taliban in Somalia was the Islamic courts. The Islamic courts were popular, and they weren't as extreme as Al-Shabaab. I think that Al-Shabaab have been planted there by enemies of the people of the Muslims and the Somali people, so they can like cause havoc. Yeah, I think they were planted there by the Ethiopians. You know, when Meles Zenawi was there, they planted Al-Shabaab, and these terrorists have caused so much destruction. Subhanallah, they killed a lot of good people, a lot of good Islamic people. They've done a lot of harm. Now you can see a lot of Somali people that say, "Look, I'm leaving Islam." As you say to them, "Why are you leaving Islam?" They say, "Look at Shabab." This is why these people, even in Afghanistan, they tried to do the same thing. They tried to plant ISIS, but the Taliban, may Allah bless them, they fought these ISIS. They destroyed them, and once they destroyed one of them.
What do you think about the question on the board for you?
ISIS Islamic courts were very popular in Somalia. They captured all of the country, especially the south, and they were so powerful. They captured They captured Mogadishu, Kismail. They were on the verge of capturing Galkayo. Everyone was welcoming them, but the only thing that stopped us was at that time was
more or less,
outside intervention. There was the Ethiopian invasion that stopped us. But if it wasn't for the Ethiopian invasion, I promise you, Somalia would have been a peaceful country now under the Islamic courts. We would have had a proper government similar to what the Taliban are now trying to do.
It's the Western world gonna let Islamic court run the country. It's the Western world gonna let an Islamic court run a country. Let's be honest.
That's the truth. They will never. Even why do you think they've been in Afghanistan for the past 20 years?
That's a good question.
They spent all that money. They spent all that money by trying to stop the Taliban from implementing.
Quraanka Ilaahay noo soo qoray bay ku qoran tahay waa lagu sheegayaa if you run it by the book that was written to you, that was given to you by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Given to you by him, you can run a country peacefully and live a normal life. But no Western world is gonna let that happen. Okay.
One of the House speakers asked you a question, KS.
Yes.
It's on the board for you.
Yes, that's true. The Islamic courts, they were on the verge of capturing Galkayo, because there was one last just before the Ethiopians.
On the verge. Don't say that on the verge. They got demolished. No. They got demolished.
No. Before the Ethiopians entered Somalia, the Islamic courts, they captured Bundi Relay. Bundi Relay is just a town south of Galkayo. which is once you get into Benderly label,
But they got hurt trying to catch.
Yeah, they got hurt by the American air power. Those powerful gunships on the air that totally destroyed them. So what I'm trying to say is that Islamic courts were really powerful, and don't forget about capturing Al Qaeda. They would have captured. They would have went all the way to Somaliland, man. These guys, I'm telling you. Because even in Somaliland, they got a lot of ships there that once they see like what's happening in the rest of, even in Puntland, they were ready to take over. They had local, powerful ships there. Once they saw like the Islamic course was successful, they would have done the same thing in their own local areas. But what happened to us was like you said, outside intervention destroyed us, and now we have Al-Shabaab, who are basically a poison planted within us to destroy our hopes.
They're foreigners. 60% of the people in Al-Shabaab are foreigners.
Yes,
they're not even Somalis. They're
not Somalis.
You're lying, man. Don't lie to man.
Yeah, these mentally disturbed people.
These people, they don't represent Islam.
Understand?
You look at our religion. Our religion is peace.
People don't get Afghanistan.
Our religion
Taliban,
says never to
after the president and his Taliban. That was the difference. You cannot compare these two nations. Abti, had the video day, yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I do agree with 100% what he was saying about all these other bits and pieces, yeah. But he forgot to mention, yeah, Genghis Khan, who tried the most powerful nation in the world back in the days, yeah, tried to corner Afghanistan. Forget the USSR. Forget all of these people, yeah. Yeah. They tried to corner Afghanistan, and he could not take Afghanistan. Do you know why? Because Afghanistan nation are one, bro. They're called the Taliban, the students. You understand? They learn.
Mashallah.
They learn, they study, and they do everything they can to conquer anybody who comes to their land.
There's a prophecy mentioned by Rasulullah, peace be upon him. He said, he says, when the black flags of Khorasan rise, Khorasan is the Afghanistan, Pakistan,
yes,
area.
From the west,
yes,
east.
Yes, so this is they read our books, you know that. These people, these Western analysts, and they know more about the hadiths and the Quran and Sunnah more than us. So I said to myself,
the thing they don't understand about the Quran is a living thing. If you read it more and you open your heart to it, you learn a hell of a lot more than they learned.
Exactly.
You understand?
So I said to myself, brothers, why have they spent trillions on Afghanistan? It's not just about the strategic location of Afghanistan. They actually read our hadiths and what the Prophet has said. They are afraid of an Islamic State forming in that part of the world because that means the end. You know, it means like the new world order they're trying to build.
The only two things America got from Afghanistan is a lithium. Yeah, it's an iron called the lithium. It powers all the lithium batteries we have right now. Teslas, you name any electric scooters. You see how many things are happening in the world right now since they took over Afghanistan? And then the opiates. You see the opiates now, painkillers that are better. Painkillers that you won't feel pain at all. But you're addicted like a prick. You know, you will die if you don't take them painkillers again. See what I'm saying? They're trying to kill people normally, slowly, you know? That's the only two things in Afghanistan and America can show. Lithium, which is an iron that's used to power the batteries that last longer. For you to drive 300 miles, 400 miles without a charge. For you to enjoy your scooter. For you to have your mobile phone, one battery, lifetime. You know what I'm saying? You can keep the phone for 5-6 years, one battery. That's it. That is the only thing they got from lithium. And the opiates. Opiates, you go to NHS hospital right now, go get an operation. Wallahi, they will give you opiates. No more morphine. No more.
You say when you had that knee injury, you said you pulled it. I know you had a mad knee injury.
I had a bad knee. I had the ACL, right? I was playing football. I cracked my knee. I chose I get on the side, I had that ACL operation. It's a day operation. They do it for you. A day operation. They let you out. They put you on a little. It's not even a cast. It's like a brace thing to hold your knee in a place, and they give you 2 sticks and go. And then they give you bare opiates. I took the opiates because I was feeling
Yo. Yo.
staying in his bed, doing nothing, eating. You know what I'm saying? Wallahi, I'm not like I was eating, and then when the opiates ran out, this is when everything started bad. The pain came back. I got cold turkeys like if I'm a drug addict. You get me? And I got so scared, bro. Wallahi, was كنا حيوحسن عاوة دمنسا. ورناكي بكعني هبين كل واحدة ودمني عاوة يعفي انت بقف بدني ولا هيو. You know what I'm saying? You start talking like if you're gonna go tomorrow.
He said he started talking in rhythms. But listen, I can say about something about minerals. Guys, I've got a little video for us. And this explains what I think what Yarbada is talking about. I mean, this breaks down what Yarbada is talking about. So, brothers, anyone that wants to go charge their phone or anything, let me know. Let's watch this little video, yeah? KS, I'm going to put you on mute for the background noise. Yarbada, I beg you hit up the mute button as well.
Yeah, done.
Mountainous, landlocked, and multi-ethnic, Afghanistan is a prisoner of its geography. The treacherous and unforgiving mountain chains divide the nation and obstruct public services while also paralyzing stability and prosperity. Conflict and tribalism has shaken the state to its core, and yet those same mountains may hold the answer to its misfortune. Underneath the surface, the geology of Afghanistan holds masses of untapped mineral wealth. Modern assessments value it at roughly $3 trillion, making it one of the richest mining regions in the world. And even though the Afghans have a long way to go before their resources can be transformed into industrial advantage, in a place like Afghanistan, that natural wealth signifies a second chance at life. I'm your host Shirvan, and welcome to Caspian Report. Today's episode is sponsored by CuriosityStream, a streaming service that offers thousands of documentaries from some of the world's best filmmakers. One of my favorite documentaries on this streaming service is The Story of Europe. By watching it, you'll learn about the origins, beliefs, ambitions, and achievements of Europe, from Germanic paganism to Greek philosophy to Portuguese explorers and the French Revolution. The Story of Europe explains the evolution of the continent and the formation of modern nation-states. It's such a rich documentary. We have a special offer for CuriosityStream. Using our link below, you will get unlimited access starting at just $2.99 a month or $19.99 a year. That is a bargain and a great way to support Caspian Report because it allows us to make more content. If you want to test things out, you can. There is a 30-day free trial available. Just go to curiositystream.com/Caspian and use the promo code Caspian during the sign-up process. Near the center of the periodic table is a single square representing a dozen lanthanides. A footnote at the bottom of the table expands on those elements. When combined with certain chemicals, the lanthanides become rare earth elements. Though they are only used in small amounts, rare earths are of strategic importance to disruptive technologies. From laptops and mobile phones to electric vehicles, wind turbines, lithium-ion batteries, satellites, aerial drones, guidance systems, and hypersonic weapons. Rare earth elements are indispensable to modern nations, economies, and militaries. Demand for rare earth elements is expected to rise exponentially in the coming decade, especially as nations switch to renewable innovations. All this gives rare earth elements disproportional strategic relevance. High-tech driven economies rely on rare earth oxides to dominate the economic and military playing field. Whoever controls the supply and distribution of these resources will possess a powerful bargaining chip in global affairs and negotiations.
Shop the latest Breitling collections at Goldsmiths.
Book local jobs with Google's local services ads.
Afghanistan, though far from an industrial powerhouse, holds trillions of dollars worth of mineral deposits. The geological findings date back to the Soviet-Afghan War in the 1980s. At the peak of the conflict, the Soviets commissioned secret geological surveys to determine the extent of Afghanistan's mineral wealth. The objective was to find an upside in the costly and drawn-out war. What they found was a treasure trove in precious metals and rare earths worth up to $1 trillion. It was an astounding discovery, one that gave new meaning to the Kremlin's strategy in Afghanistan. So the Soviets got to work. Infrastructure was reinforced, power grids were modernized, and mining deposits were commissioned. But before the resources could be extracted, the Soviets packed up their things and left the country in 1989. The decision was so sudden that it caught the government in Kabul off guard. A band of Afghan geologists took the initiative and hid the Soviet documents in their homes, only returning them to the public domain after the ousting of the Taliban in 2001. American geologists used the Soviet charts in their own surveys, and since then, owing to more extensive research, Afghanistan's mineral wealth has grown to an estimated $3 trillion. That is a groundbreaking number for rare earth elements, a market otherwise monopolized by China. Most of Afghanistan's mineral deposits run along two belts, one starting in Herat and ending near Badakhshan, and the other running from Kabul to Kandahar. These belts are rich in all sorts of industrial minerals, rare earth oxides, hydrocarbons, and even precious metals. It is therefore not by accident that former US President Donald Trump spoke of mineral extraction with his Afghan counterpart in 2017. For the Americans, Afghanistan presents an opportunity to reshape the market for rare earths and shift production dependency away from China. The Pentagon, in particular, is apprehensive of its defense technology relying heavily on Chinese minerals. As such, American policymakers have been trying to secure new suppliers to preserve their domestic supply chains. In 2015, the United States won a case against China at the World Trade Organization, which forced Beijing to remove its export quotas on rare earths. It was a victory, but a minor one. Washington still needs to find alternative sources for its long-term needs, and Afghanistan might just be the key. Another American motive relates to the economics of the Afghan battle space. Since 2001, the conflict in Afghanistan has become the longest war in American history, costing over $700 billion and the lives of 2,300 American troops. With the new mineral assessments, however, the Americans may find new meaning to extend their stay in Afghanistan. The strategy would be akin to the Soviet plan to offset a costly drawn-out war by exploring local mineral riches. Although resource exploitation is a dangerous selling point for military engagement, it is the only appealing thing about Afghanistan. Meanwhile, China is interested in Afghanistan's resources to maintain its market share in rare earth metals. Currently, Beijing is the top supplier in the market, but its own growing domestic demands, owing to renewable consumptions, have reduced its total exports. Thus, to supply its domestic and foreign associates, China seeks to find alternative sources and bring them online. Afghanistan presents not only a new market with new opportunities, but its proximity overlaps with China's Belt and Road Initiative, making it the perfect partner for Beijing. As such, in 2007, Kabul signed a $3.4 billion deal with two Chinese state-owned entities to mine Afghanistan's largest copper deposit at the site of Mesainak. The Chinese companies plan to extract about $100 billion worth of copper over the 30-year terms of the lease, and a railroad was to be constructed to the site. The deal marked an opening in the hunt for Afghanistan's riches, but it was then delayed due to archaeological discoveries. Although the project at Messainak failed, in the grand scope of things, it is a minor setback. For Afghanistan, its mineral wealth represents a way out. Whether the partner is China or America or both, the situation at large presents a win-win. Even a tiny slice of the $3 trillion pie is enough to restore the basic functions of the Kabul government that once were. A functional mining industry would generate billions of dollars each year, enough to make the difference between success and failure. But this is Afghanistan we're talking about. The graveyard of empires, a land torn by conflict, corruption, and geography. One of the barriers to prosperity in Afghanistan, or even stability, is the lack of infrastructure. The local water supplies are inadequate to support industrial processes, and there isn't enough electricity to keep things running. As bad as that sounds, the biggest obstacle is the lack of road and rail networks. Raw materials are high weight and low value resources and require efficient transportation networks to reach global markets. So everything comes down to transportation. The railways need to be cheap and efficient, but that is difficult to accomplish in the unforgiving Hindu Kush mountain chain. Currently, in the absence of transportation network, mining operations in Afghanistan have taken an artisan form, which is a group of individuals who shovel through rocks and then transport those to nearby markets. That is not how one develops a mining industry for rare earth elements. If Afghanistan is to make use of its mineral deposits, it needs to construct the infrastructure first. A rail network is a must, one that needs to connect to either of its neighbors. And herein lies the second problem. Most of Afghanistan's seabound trade passes through Pakistan, giving Islamabad considerable leverage. But not all is well between the two. Pakistan and Afghanistan have disputes over water rights, borders, and accuse each other of political interference. Kabul has sought for alternative paths to the sea, including one via the Caspian Sea and the other through Iran. Ultimately, though, it all comes down to Pakistan. Perhaps the most cost-effective way of improving Afghanistan's infrastructure would be to integrate the country into the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is part of the Belt and Road Initiative. The trouble, beyond the Kabul-Islamabad rivalry, is that any significant move by China into Afghanistan could provoke a reaction from the United States. This is a game Kabul does not want to play. The last time it found itself stuck between two great powers, it broke the country. Plus, even if Afghanistan's integration into the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor would be possible, a single railway linking Kabul to Peshawar would not suffice. Much of the Afghan minerals, in any substantial amounts, are spread interchangeably across the landscape. There is no single point of fixation, no single anchorage to construct a railway or set up value chains. Nationwide infrastructure investments are necessary, which is easy to suggest but difficult to make happen. The Kabul government has no real control over the countryside. The mountainous terrain is tormented with ethnic disputes, while non-state actors such as the Taliban can roam freely. For private investors, the lack of security raises the costs and risks of doing business. Workers on the ground are at risk, corruption is rampant, and the overall conditions discourage private investment. Yet, as bleak as the situation may seem, geopolitics is dynamic. Recent developments suggest that Afghanistan is about to change, for better or worse. Last year, the United States signed a deal with the Taliban where, on the condition that the Taliban would cut ties with Al-Qaeda and decrease violent activities, the Americans would start withdrawing their troops. The deal has sidelined Kabul, which implies that some sort of power-sharing agreement with the Taliban will be designed. Washington has recently asked Ankara to host the Afghan peace talks. Turkey is uniquely seen as a trustworthy partner among the divergent spectrums of Afghan society. The Turks also have deep-running relations with the power brokers inside and outside of the country. And yet, things are never that easy in Afghanistan. Through backdoor Pakistani channels, Chinese diplomats are in separate negotiations with the Taliban, which could undermine the American negotiations. So, striking a lasting peace deal is tricky. For Afghanistan's mineral development plan to work, Kabul must take into account foreign and domestic interests. It will have to rely on international partners to explore, extract, and exploit its resources. Kabul needs to find a formula that considers the interests of America, China, Pakistan, Turkey, Iran, and Russia, while also considering its domestic factors such as corruption and internal conflicts. The roadmap to success will require Kabul to prioritize long-term strategic thinking, and the development of a mining industry will have to take place alongside infrastructure projects and security measures. Afghan lawmakers do not have the luxury to ignore one issue and focus on another. Otherwise, they risk aggravating existing problems. So everything needs to be synchronized, and that is difficult to do for the decentralized government in Kabul. The global need for rare earth elements is sincere, and Afghanistan's mineral wealth holds the answer to its current predicaments. However, while Kabul may sit on a gold mine, it needs to remain vigilant. The wealthy and powerful nations of the world are built because of gold mines, but they are rarely built on top of them. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report. If you like what we do, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And mayhaps check out the links provided by our sponsor.
Yo, lads. You guys back?
Yo, I'm back.
Yeah. You guys thought of that? It's something that Yabba was saying, the lithium. It's all about the mullah.
What, the minerals, yeah?
It's all about the mullah, man. Come on, we all know this, man.
And
so there's a lot of similarities I'm seeing with even Wadden Kenna, Somali. I'm seeing a lot of, the players that are involved in Wadden
you do know the
Kenna
USA was just defeated though in Afghanistan, right? They were defeated. They're not going back. they were defeated. They're not ever going back there.
What do you guys think of this statement?
I think it makes sense because why should Pakistan say anything that can damage its relationship with China, considering Pakistan needs China and America's pro-India. They have to look after their own interests sometimes.
So you're saying everyone's out here looking out for their done. It doesn't matter about Islam or none of this.
First of all, Allah be praised, but you have to first of all look out for your own interest, and if you can help other brothers around the world, you can help them. But you have to look after your own interest first. You know what I mean?
I hear you, KS. I hear you, Walala, yeah, but it's sad. Someone said the reason they're striving is because they hide in mountains.
Not really, and it's because they ain't afraid of war, and the US are afraid of war. They're non-believers. Technically, non-believers. This world is their paradise, whereas a believer, the akhirah is his paradise. This world is a prison to him. So that's the mentality they go in with. They're not afraid of war. The US are afraid of war, so they're weaker.
Someone said this. What do you think about someone with this statement here?
Yeah, I agree. Somalia, we should have a Sharia law because we're Muslims. Because for us to say, we want to have democracy or we want to have other laws other than what we believe in, we're Muslims. You can't be a munafiq and say, I'm not going to really practice my faith. You have to practice your faith in the sense if you're getting divorced or in terms of inheritance, the way you're getting buried, all of that is Sharia law. So I think there's no harm in having Sharia law. Only bad people are afraid of Sharia law, because if you're trying to harm another Muslim brother, you obviously don't want Sharia law. If you're trying to rob another person, you don't want Sharia law because you know the consequences are going to be harsh.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a good person, you're not going to be afraid of that, are you? If you're a clean person, you're just trying to live your life cleanly and, you know,
But
worship
if you're
Allah
saying
subhanahu wa
that,
ta'ala.
but KS, if you're saying that, wallah, on all due respect, if you're saying that in other, yeah, what about? So why are these people running away or Sharia they كأرديان؟ هي كأرديان وصل هي كلها.
Which people?
These people who see in Afghanistan and all these places, you see the images that we've been bombarded with.
Oh yeah, that's like, because like what's happening is like, you know, the West, they're saying to the Afghan people, if you come to our country, we'll give you visas. Obviously, if you live in Afghanistan, if I lived in Afghanistan, I would run away for a better life in Europe. I can get more money. It's not about security. There's security now in Afghanistan, but there's no jobs. So if you want to have a job, obviously you want to go to Germany or you want to go to America or you want to go to Britain. It's about economics. It's not about Sharia. It's just about having more money.
Dude, they're so sly. Like the way that they done it as well. Like they promised them that, put it on TV cameras, but don't tell the people that's what they promised them, and like they're just trying to get away from. They're not really trying to. Most of them ain't really trying to run away from. And the Taliban, I think they're like just trying to run away from poverty, basically. And on top of that, that's a minority, right? And you don't know what them people could have done. Maybe they are criminals and they just want to get away from the Taliban because the Taliban. That's why the Taliban, when they took over, they said no revenge. Like you sided with the enemy, you sided with an occupying force. We ain't gonna take revenge. They said that straight up. Remember when the thing came out and he spoke? He said like they don't want revenge. Like they can stay. They're not gonna take revenge on you guys.
Yeah, I think this comment by Abdi Ali, I agree with it. Abdi Ali says Somalia and Afghanistan elites are similar in terms of corruption. 80% of Afghan government had foreign passports. Somalia is the same. This is actually true. You see, this is one of the things that really depresses me about Somalia is the corruption. You know, this fake government and this fake president
it's
who doesn't do
Somalia.
nothing for the people.
Yeah, South Somalia.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Actually, thank you for correcting me, brother Musa. Musa's actually right because, like, if you check Somaliland or if you check Puntland, they have local admins. They have local admins over there that are really trying to help their people. They don't have as much corruption as, let's say, Mogadishu. Because Mogadishu, oh my God, that's just the corruption over there is just terrible. It's just you have people getting murdered by government. I think there was a girl. I don't know if you guys heard in the news. There was a girl that was working for Nissa. And she's been abducted by top government officials, and nobody knows if she's dead or alive.
Wow.
There's you never heard of that story?
No,
It's been
I've never
circulating
heard
for a
of.
few weeks now. I don't know her name. Does anyone know her name on the board? Just write her name down. So there's this girl. She's a security officer. She's got some. People are saying like she had some dirty information about Fahad Yassin, who's the chief of Somali.
Listen, I know Fahad Yassin.
So this
we've
girl
been breaking that guy for a hot minute, 6-7 months. He's been on the radar of Somali speakers. This guy.
Yeah. So basically, okay, it's not fair to say all of Somalia is corrupt because you can see Somaliland, they're actually trying to improve themselves. You can see Puntland, they're trying to better themselves. But the problem is in Mogadishu, like there's corruption so much, that nobody's fighting Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab's got free reign. You know, they can do whatever they want. And who's stopping them? Nobody. The same thing happened in Afghanistan. Afghanistan, they had a corrupt government, you know, and they weren't effective against the Taliban. Even the president fled. The president fled the country in a helicopter. People said he fled with suitcases of money.
Come on.
And he went to the UAE. So the same thing's happening now, because I blame the West, because the West, they propped up this fake government in Mogadishu that doesn't do nothing for the people. This fake president who's kind of strange, because it seems like he doesn't even care about the country. He seems like he's got his own interest.
Yeah.
He seems like he's a mad guy. You know what I mean?
Chaos. I think Abdi Ilmi's dropped you another question. Do you think about that?
That's true. I agree. There's no government in Somalia that actually that's trying to deal with Al-Shabaab. There's no government in Somalia that's actually trying to provide services to the local population. It's just a corrupt bunch of people spearheaded by this guy called Fahad Yassin, who's doing all sorts of stuff. He's probably got links with Al-Shabaab. These people that have links with Al-Shabaab. So people are actually afraid. Would you go to the police station and report Al-Shabaab if you know the guy in charge of security has close connections to Al-Shabaab? You wouldn't. You don't want to get involved. It's like
and I was just asking for it.
Yeah, every day there's a bomb. There's a bomb in Mogadishu. It happens every day. Just I think was it a few years ago there was a massive bomb where like 1,000 people died instantly in Sorba, which is an area in Mogadishu. Nobody was arrested. Nobody lost their job. No minister resigned. So basically, that's what I'm trying to say, man. What I'm trying to say is, like Afghanistan, mashallah, may Allah bless them. Now they got the Taliban. The Taliban seem like they're going to do a better job than the corrupt government, which was supported by the United States. So I actually think Afghanistan's got a better future than Somalia now, because their war's finished now. There's no more war now. There's no war now, and there's only the Taliban now, and the Taliban trying to be inclusive now. So I think the future is bright for, inshallah, the future is bright for Afghanistan, and possibly the future is bright for Somaliland and Puntland if they continue on that path of trying to improve themselves. But God knows what's going to happen in South Somalia, because that place is just madness. What's happening there is just so scary, man. There's a lot of people that I lost hope, man, because I'm from South Somalia. That's where I'm from. I'm from that part of the. I'm from
Galmudug.
I'm from Galmudug, yeah.
Yeah.
And basically, we're kind of F, man, over there. I'm telling you, we're.
Why would you say that though, KS, man? Come on, bring me down. Look, I'm a brother from Hargeisa. I'm from way up north. Like I said, I've never been past Berbera. Then I don't even go Bur'a. That's how bad it is, isn't it? Yeah. I'm just from Hargeisa to Berbera regions, innit? All right, my bad. You know what? I nearly accidentally went there. I was driving. I went the wrong way to Berbera, that road, but never been to Bur'a. I do apologize. Big up the Bur'a massive. I ain't got nothing against you. But listen, speak to me about when you're being honest, right? Are you being honest? What are you saying? Talk to me.
So basically, I've been to Somaliland before, and I've been to Puntland, and I'm not just talking from my mouth. I actually saw what the people out there, what they're trying to do. Because like, I've been to Hargeisa, and I was like, whoa! I saw a white guy just walking down the road in Hargeisa, middle of Hargeisa. And I was like, bloody hell, man! I said, wow, man. And I went up to the guy. I said, oh, I had a chat with him. I said, hello, how you doing? I said, and the guy, I can't remember exactly what I said because there was so many. It was a while back, but he felt comfortable in the middle of Hargeisa. He felt safe. But he can't do that in Mogadishu, man. He can't do that in any part. So he can't even do that in Galmudug, man. I'm telling you. There's no some white. It shows you like how far Somaliland went in terms of them trying to improve their situation. The same thing for Puntland, because I went to Puntland like many times. I went to Gurwe before, and if you go to that place, you're going to be surprised. The people down there, they're optimistic. Their faces are bright. You can see they're trying to improve their situation. They got this nice little neat city that has nice clean roads and stuff like that, and they're just trying to improve their lives. And they got people that represent them, who connect with their local people, and they have the same vision of trying to improve their lives. But unfortunately, you don't have that in Mogadishu. You have basically you have people who are not from Mogadishu, like dictating to the locals. Like they don't care. They're just there for money. For example,
I said this. A couple of my brothers said this as well, innit? Yeah. I feel like, do you feel like Mogadishu itself needs to do a little bit of if you're from there, you gotta say, but if you ain't really from there, stop this. Everyone's welcome. It's a city. We're Asma. Again. I don't think that really kind of runs no more.
I don't think that runs too, because like I think the locals, they need to take out. There's no one else that's going to save you. You have to save yourselves. You have to look at what Somaliland, what Puntland have done for themselves. You have to model that. You have to see like, okay, look at these people. They don't get that much support from the outside world, but look what they've done for themselves. the problem in Mogadishu is like, it's just madness over there. Because when I went over there, alhamdulillah, I don't want to say bad things about them. Because like the city's changed a lot. They're slowly improving, but there's no security in that place. May Allah bless them. May Allah make their future. Someone's wrote, Somali got to get this. Yeah, we have to fix our situation. I don't know. I think basically, if Mogadishu can get someone from the local who represents them, not from someone like outside, then maybe they got a chance. Kylie speaking on Halana compound in Mogadishu where no Somali are allowed, only foreigners. I think the weapons are smuggled in.
FK, KS. Wallahi billah, Tallahi audience. Where's my brother G? I hope my brother G and Rodriguez. We were having this conversation this morning. Literally, we were having this conversation as we were talking about this place in Halan. My two brothers, they're from Mogadishu, innit, yeah? And literally, we're having this conversation in this place called Halan there. And I was like talked about Halan and exactly what this brother's saying. I don't know. Yeah, this brother Abdi Ilmi smashed it. He's on point there. There's an area that no one's allowed in, and it's kind of crazy. No Somalis allowed in there. Literally not allowed in that place, Halan. So I'll look it up. If anyone's got more information, break it down.
Yeah, so basically, because
what is this compound? Halena compound. Do you know anything about it, KS?
And the only thing I know is it's inside the airport. When you go to Mogadishu airport, they have this special area that's called Halene, that you have people outsiders mainly. This is where, I think this is also where they have their embassies, like British embassies there, American embassies there. A lot of the people who are non-Somalis, that's where they basically live, and sometimes have their meetings. This is their own green zone.
Yeah, in Mogadishu.
It's their own green zone in Mogadishu.
And no Somalis allowed in.
No Somalis allowed. I can't really blame them because with the situation now, there's no security. Any idiot can come and blow you up. Mm-hmm. Any idiot can come and blow you up. Even when I was in Mogadishu, man, I used to get scared because, when you just try to go. This was like 6 years ago. When you try to go to a restaurant, they have so much security outside the restaurant, and even the security guys, they're panicked. They're scared. They all jump when I can't jump out of the car. They all jumped, all of them, and the rifles are pointing at me. That's how scared people are. Yeah.
And my boy, here he is. Yo, Rodriguez, salam alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam, Khalid. How you doing? Can you not hear me?
You hear you perfect. Mic is perfect as well. Your mic is perfect.
That's good.
Remember we were talking about this. Literally, I think you might have just joined in, yeah?
Yeah, just finished work.
Wasn't we talking about this, Halana?
Yes, Halana.
We just mentioned because brother KS is from Mogadishu as well, so he's trying to explain a couple of things.
Mashallah, good. I'll just carry on listening, so I'll see how you're getting on with it, and then just trying to catch up as it goes.
Yeah, let's
big up how to
deep.
Big up how.
I've never heard this before. Wallahi, that's mad.
Halana.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, no, it's literally me and my brother were talking about it this morning, and funny enough, KS was mentioning it, and this brother Abdi Ilmi mentioned it as well. So it's like a whole green zone, and Somali or Dumbolo Ogla. And it's kind of crazy.
That's a full violation.
Does anyone know whatever happened to that investigation? One of the sisters, Elman, died there, and then they took over the investigation. Apparently, the Somali government wasn't allowed to conduct the investigation, and it was conducted
what happened
by them.
To that sister? Was it a girl that worked in the military that got
shot?
Yeah.
She got sniped basically.
Coming
out Halane.
Nothing happened. These investigations. They say, "Oh, we're going to do an investigation," but nothing happens.
How many countries are based there, like different armies and stuff? There's mad.
Yeah, that sounded really dodgy. Like a Somalian girl in the Somali military, in the army, and then happens in Somalia land, and then the investigation gets taken over by foreigners. Like, it's crazy. I don't know how that worked out.
How are they going to speak to the community to do the investigation?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I remember that story. That was mad.
No, but Rodriguez, do you know what? I don't really understand. You see how you just perfectly summarized that all yeah?
Yeah.
But then again, will I shed Banarka all over these meetings? Do you think she knows as well?
Bro, I don't know, like, because these girls are really into this stuff as well, innit? They work with a lot of NGOs. They've been part of this thing for years, like. Wallah, أنا ممكن دم كري واحد ما شاف كسر. It's just crazy, wallah. It's just I don't understand, to be honest.
Rodriguez.
ما شاء الله. وفي على الحمد لله وقفنا.
يا بدر.
يا بدر ما شاء الله. Yes, my G's.
Black British, Black British.
Black British here as well.
Yeah. Let's keep that. We'll speak later on private. Listen.
Yeah, go on, carry on.
Let's carry on.
Yeah, I was just saying, lads, yeah. You know, Sky News now, they're saying ISIS is just licked off another bomb attack, innit?
Where, in Afghanistan?
Yeah, Afghanistan, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, but who owns ISIS?
Yeah. What I'm saying is, yeah, Islamic State, Taliban, who's who?
Yeah, all of a sudden, yeah, they're popping out everywhere in Afghanistan.
Can I ask you a question, you panel, yeah? Can I ask one question? When did we ever learn about ISIS? Iraq markii la galay kadib ba waxa soo baxay waxa la dhaho ISIS.
I think Syria had in it. Syria, yeah.
No, before Syria up to waxa dhacday Iraq, yes. Iraq markay dhex galeen ba waxa maqasheen ISIS, yes or no?
Yeah.
Be honest. Who invented ISIS? Who funding them? Who is in Iraq? Who is trying to get rid of the Sunnis, put Shias, and even the Shia حتى ربوا إنه عريو وكليو.
I remember the beginning. You know, when it first came out, the al-Baghdadi guy. There was rumors that he was actually in an Iraqi prison, where most of them got recruited. All of the people that started the ISIS, apparently they were in the same prison, and then Americans let them out one time, and then this is how they end up coming to Syria, and then they carried on being.
Just fake. We were
your mic. Is it me? Is his mic?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, is it his
your
mic?
Yeah, brother, your mic.
Yeah, we literally didn't hear you at all. Yeah, brother.
Come back in.
It's the connection. It's not the mic. It's the connection.
Yeah, it's the connection. Tell him to come back in and jump out and come back in.
You're right. Give me a second.
So no.
Yeah, basically, I was waiting for this to start happening soon. Like, you know, because Taliban's come and taken over Afghanistan, and there's so much, the mainstream media is so clued into it about the oppression that Taliban are about to bring. Even though they didn't do nothing yet, then they've been saying it like, we're coming up with this, we're not going to be doing this, girls are going to be going to school. But there's been some big, you know, the media is where the war starts for a minute. And then when the media is constantly attacking Afghanistan and saying, oh, the women are at risk there, we need to do something about this, there's something
it's about hypocritical, right? They're not saying shit about it in France where they're telling ladies, yo, go naked out into the streets. They're not saying nothing about that.
Yeah. Or arresting France where they're arresting women for wearing burqa, like literally all the rights. The women have got no rights in it. It's their choice, but they get arrested for that in France.
Hypocrites, dude. They're
hypocrites.
Remember Palestine as well. In the middle of Ramadan, they're bombing kids in Gaza. They didn't talk about women and kids.
No. Yeah.
I don't know when they started showing love to Afghanistan women, not Palestinians.
All of a sudden is what they talk about constantly, like Afghanistan, what we're doing for Afghanistan. We're letting all the refugees from Afghanistan, they can come. We're locating places.
The liberal women that they've turned liberal, like. We'll never go back, like.
This is a country, especially
guys.
Britain,
Doesn't this remind you of deja vu? Didn't this happen to us 30 years ago? Similarities.
Do
you see similarities in this situation? This is why I picked Afghanistan, the subject.
No. I mean, with Al-Shabaab, I wouldn't say there's any similarity with them and Al-Shabaab.
The way a nigga Wally on, both of us.
Yeah, I know where you're going with it. They're turning up.
Creating this dispersion, and creating these refugees.
And this and that,
Dispersion, and the Kamela Kaladov, Finasa, and what do you guys think?
But this,
from the refugee point, from the Somali refugee point, what do you guys come through hard talk?
You know what? I'm not gonna lie, bro. When I see this, you know, all these Me Too campaign, there's all these feminists as well. Yeah, they never talk about Muslim women wearing.
Let's not go there.
They never picked them up. Yeah, so I'm confused where this is coming from. And I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, they've got an army of women that are just on this thing, and they're all, they're all women. You know how we got religion? And look, we're Muslim. The men are Christian. There's differences. Yeah, their unity is women. You know what I'm saying? It's BS cunts. You're right. It is. They did come through the Somali community. They've come through all Muslim communities.
That's the truth, you know. They do some mad attacks on us, bro. It starts off with the dispergency. They make you like, you know, like, because I was looking, I was like, look, at the end of the day, the Muslim man had Sharia, what Taliban was so hey, like, okay, Lena Yan, you get where I'm coming from.
It's literally, if you remember a couple, when the first Arab Spring happened, it was Egypt, innit? Egypt, basically, what they did was like the uprising. They got rid of Mubarak, and then they said, "Look, let's have a democracy. Let's have an election." This is the first time ever in Egypt's history that they had an election, like democratic election, innit? So the people came out in numbers. They voted, so they chose Muslim Brotherhood. So that's the first time ever they had a legitimate government that was voted in by the people. You know what I mean? The people voted in for this guy, and then there's a law in the whole. But that's the thing, though. Look, there's a law that is set up by these people. I don't know, the United Nations, whoever set up that no country should be dealing with a country that was taken over by coup.
He was in prison. Yeah. He was sentenced to death. He could not get the Quran to read. Do you know what he said? Do you know what his statement was? He said, "They don't know. I memorized the Quran when I was 15 years old. It's in my heart."
Yes, mashallah. That guy was strong-hearted as well.
Come on, bro.
But the point I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make is that, look, this is a country that was, the people went out and they voted for this Muslim Brotherhood party to become the leaders, and they bought the military to do a coup on him. The army done a coup, and and then the law that states no country should be dealing with a government that was taken over by coup, a democratic government that was taken over by coup. Whoever that is that took the coup is basically no one's going to be working with him. You know what I mean? They're going to get blackballed, but not this
Palestine. Palestine. The only thing, everything else was coming from Egypt. The tunnels, they had tunnels that lead to Egypt. They were getting a lot of things. They were getting generators. They were getting food. They were getting electricity. They were getting rocket things. Everything.
Yeah, but that shows you the hypocrisy of these people, innit?
Yeah, to get that military coup to make Israel happy, bro. Straight
out. But that shows you that. So when these people talk about democracy and they want Afghanistan to have a democracy and they want this and women's rights and so and so, you didn't allow certain countries to have that. You can't be double-faced, like, you can't say one thing and do another thing.
Okay, the women in the West have rights. Like absolutely, the women in the West have rights.
Do the women in the West have rights?
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know about that.
Trousers, a woman or naked, a half-naked woman advertises my trousers. If I want to buy a car, a fully naked woman will advertise my car, bro. You understand what I'm saying? You guys, you don't understand. Women in the West do not have no rights. She cannot leave her house without wearing a makeup, a tight jeans, looking bling. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So don't tell me she's free. She's not free.
They get abused.
Constantly looking over her shoulder. Daily raped. Women in the West are more raped than anywhere else in the world.
Yep. And plus, they make them work too. They make them work to look after the kids. But in Islam, like, a woman can stay at home and make sure, like, the husband does all the hard work, bring, like, the money.
The house is her domain. She can do anything she wishes to do in her own house. It's her domain. The man has to disappear.
I think they keep that concept to themselves. See, the white people, especially the ones that are rich, and when you see them, it's like they go to work and they got the housewives that stay at home, soccer moms take the kids to school. But then the Kawalis, there's other ethnic minority groups about, it's independent woman. Down there,
you know what I mean? Roderick, how you go? I think
Beyonce, they call Beyonce the queen. Look, her husband cheated on her. That rock-lipped nigga cheated on her, bro.
Nah, do you know what I think? Yeah, them lot, we come on, man. They got, I think that Adam got what she needed and left it for, just what I think one particular woman, because the
Hmm.
Asian woman's not like that. Runtown one accent. The Chinese woman's not really like that. It's only the black and apparently Nagi Somali no good about in this movement.
They're into this feminism thing now. All the Somali girls.
That's the Western world. The Western world is in it. Why are you lying? I've done girls and all these Chinese. What are you talking about China? Have you seen China? Have you seen China? Warraq mabalas the AL balas, bro. Have you seen Japan? They play with sex toys. They don't even believe in human contact.
That's
What
crazy.
the hell are you talking about? Abdi, please, just look at the West. Like I've done, you come here, bro. A strong, independent woman, but a strong, independent woman. What does that mean? A woman who lives by herself?
I think that's alarm bells, man. That's a red flag. You know, if I hear that now, you know how girls say red flags. If as soon as you hear mandem, let's be honest here. As soon as you hear that I'm a strong, independent woman, run to the
Yeah,
hills.
she puts her
On
eggs
her, fam.
in the freezer just in case she meets the right man.
But listen, let's not detract. Let's get back to our statements,
Yeah,
innit? Yeah.
even a woman
Let's
that there's a difference between a woman that works, yeah, and a woman that runs her own business. You know what I mean? Even though his wife Khadija was a businesswoman, you know what I mean? But like in Nagshagel, it's 6 in the
Allah,
morning,
this
or
woman.
7 in the morning, getting up and then finishing work at 5, 3, 6, 5. They don't care what day she's on, what period. They're telling you soldier on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they don't care if she's 40 years. I work with women that are old. You know what I mean? Well, it's mad.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What they wear? They wear trousers or jeans? You like outdoor leggings? What they wear? They don't want no skirts or dresses
They
no
wear
more.
admin stuff, innit? Mini skirts and all that.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Abdi, where is the beauty of the woman? Where's the feminism? Where is the nakti? Where don't I?
Thank you. Yo. One thing he hit there, one nerve he hit there. You know this feminism thing, yeah? The way I would describe it as is it's not even feminism. It's trying to turn feminine into masculinity. That's what it is.
Masculinity, absolutely right.
That's what it is. It's not feminism anymore. They're trying to lose.
you guys, do you remember what Sister Mona said the other day when she was doing the O levels and the GCSE, feminization of education? Because I think that's the topic I'm looking at. You know, the other day I was listening to that. Do you think what she was saying? Do you think any truths about it? I love her to, you know, the ones she
course
dropped
there
on
is.
the last stream.
Of course there is.
So, Khalid, sorry, say that again. I was just busy.
Yeah, the other day the sister Mona said something about feminizing education. Remember she was talking about O levels.
Okay. I can't remember.
Yeah. No, it wasn't during the stream. It was just something interesting.
Okay.
You guys
No, I do agree. Please, wallahi, I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I was at work today. I was working with these girls, right? We work together. Well, our workplace is 50-50 sort of thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 50-50 thing. Yeah. So I was organized, and then night time my boyfriend does not let me wear trousers or tracksuits when I go out with him. He likes dresses. You know, I could not believe what she just said to me. I could not. I said maybe he'd rather go out with if he wants to go out with a man wearing the trousers, he might go out with his best friend. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
He'd
like
rather
that
go out with,
comment, Abu Huraira.
make feminine, nagnoko. You know what I mean? Feel like a woman, look like a woman. Up to night time, we work we're building a new bank, yeah, SNMPC. It's a Japanese bank that's moving to Liverpool Street. Yeah, we're working in construction. We're building it up. Yeah. So what we're doing is we're working that place up to everybody there is wearing big metal boots, tight jeans, and kicking it around. Nakti Nick work tight, Nicky I swear to God with the tight jeans. I'm not gonna lie.
Somali speakers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, you know, recently on the news and that,
yeah.
Did they make you feel that Sharia law or Muslim living in a proper Muslim country is scary? How they put it on TV as a propaganda, even for a person that was raised in the West as a Muslim, you think, wow, I grew up here, like it looks different, isn't it? The way they make up, like brother was saying, there's no music, there's no but we grew up in the West, so it's kind of different, isn't it? When you look at it like that.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I said earlier on Hard Talk, yeah? When I seen these images, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, cool. Are these people actually really run away from the Sharia? Is that what they're trying to make it look like?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what they're running away from. We already talked about this. And Callum,
No, we talked about. I'm saying.
Can you play one more video, and it's about the
Yeah.
Taliban thing. Can you play
Quickly,
one more video?
yeah. Can I quickly say which country do you lot say that it's actually got Sharia law in this world?
That's a very good question.
There's no country, I think. There's no country.
No,
that
no
has Sharia law.
country, no one at all. I'm telling you.
But inshallah,
No one at all.
Afghanistan might be having it under the
Mm,
Taliban.
No, not really as well. See, to be honest, if you see the Taliban, yeah, they got a history and they got ideology, and their ideology is Wahhabism. They thought by Saudis, because these Taliban, they're kids that left their country back in the days when the Russians came in. They were taken to Pakistan, across the border, and from there they were put into madrasas, and then guess who used to fund those madrasas? Rich Saudi men, you get me? Wahhabism, Arabta, and they gave them this ideology. See, their ideology is very strict, like, and then put that together with
Now
the
they
culture.
may
And
be
the
moving away from it though. They may be like moving towards the more Sunni
mainstream,
mainstream. I doubt it. Well, it's very hard to move up from that. I think what they're doing now is they've been politically smart, like by just getting these people out of the country. Let's get our country back the way it was, because no one really cared about Afghanistan before 9/11. You know what I mean? No one cared about them beheading people or lashing women or none of that. No one cared for them. No country was talking about them until 9/11 happened, and then 9/11 happened. All of a sudden, Afghanistan is on the map because they want to get even at the beginning they didn't want to go attack Afghanistan. They were saying to them and Taliban, give us Bin Laden, and then everything is done. But they said no.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, but that's all. That's all they were asking for at the beginning. They weren't gonna go attack Afghanistan.
No. They were planning to attack everything.
Bro, the Pakistani government tried to facilitate that itself. They tried to facilitate that because the Pakistani government was always been close with the Taliban, so they didn't want the Taliban to be attacked. So they told the Taliban, work with us, give this guy to them, and that's it. Case closed. But the Pakistani, the Taliban refused.
No.
I think this
the way I understand it is, and Afghanistan were they weren't good business partners to the USA in that, and that's one of the reasons why they attacked them. And there's many other reasons, but that's part of it.
Do you know when when did the Taliban take over Afghanistan from all the other rebels in the
94, they took over from 94 to 95.
You know what I'm saying?
94, 96.
So over a decade, no one was talking to them, and they were running the country the way they want it and how they see fit. See what I mean?
They made a big mistake. They made a big mistake by harboring Al Qaeda.
That's the thing, but and the thing is as well, I don't see the issue was basically. I think the main agenda is Pakistan, because you look at Pakistan is the only Muslim country with a nuclear bomb. All this now, if Afghanistan comes under the control of the Western countries, that means Pakistan in the middle. You get me? You got India here. So all they need to do.
You said Afghanistan. Pakistan is the only Muslim country with a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
What about Indonesia and Turkey, bro?
They don't have it. Indonesia
they don't have it, bro. They're not allowed. Iran's trying to have it. You can see what's going on with Iran, all these sanctions.
Turkey has it, bro.
Turkey hasn't got it either. Turkey has
it, bro.
No.
Somebody said Turkey's a model Islamic country. Do you guys agree with that?
No, it's a secular. Turkey
is a secular country.
It's a secular
country.
It
was Abu Hurairah, Abu Hurairah said the best Islamic country is Turkey. He says, Wallahi, freedom for all that and secular person. Erdogan's model is the best.
It's mashallah. You got to give them.
Turkey is a modern Islamic country, which means the old Islamic laws do not apply.
No, they're working towards that. You got to remember, Turkey's coming out 100-year agreement. Turkey was given a 100-year agreement when Kemal Atatürk took over and secularized them and banned the Adhan, banned the Arabic, told them that you can only pay in Turkish and all these things. So when that happened, there was a 100-year contract that Turkey was basically signing with the Western countries. And now what Erdogan done was 20 years ago. His party came to power, and that's not the first time Islamic Party came to power. You got to remember, there was a president that they tried to, a prime minister they tried to assassinate.
Would
Adnan
you guys
Yusuf or
say
something.
the Turkish model will suit Somalia the best? Because you know how Somalis are. Somalis like their freedom. You know, we're passionate society. I think probably
Yeah.
we can't Somalis, you can't force religion on them. You just have to give them that freedom.
Nah,
You know what I
We
mean?
love religion,
nah,
though, man.
We love religion, but
nah. Because yeah,
Somaliland, proper
the internet is like it's infused on us. You get where I'm coming from?
yeah. Because you
Can't lie.
remember, Turkey they tried to brainwash them for 100 years, and it didn't work. They're still strong on the deen. You get me? They come back even stronger.
But it was only
So
like 20 years ago. They weren't letting, they were moving like France, innit? They weren't letting women wear their like teachers.
headscarves, yeah. But they will be trying it. Like in the 70s, this party, like similar party that the Erdogan and Abdullah Gula are from, they came into power, and then that prime minister, he tried to change certain things. That the first thing he tried to do is change the azan back to Arabic, and then there was a assassination attempt. A helicopter, or I can't remember, a plane crashed mid-air, and he's the only one that survived. Everyone else died in the plane. Subhanallah. And then they ended up doing a military coup and assassinated him. The military literally assassinated him in front of everyone, and then went back to secularism. So they kept trying and then in the 80s, I think it was Abdullah Gulen. I think Erdogan was banned that time to be even a political leader at that time. But after his ban finished, I think that's when he came as well into power and became the leader for the party.
Interesting.
Yeah, so they basically they've been working hard.
They do, yeah.
They love Islam. They love
I
Islam.
know this is random, yeah, but who's the Lion of Somalia? I just see it the other day.
Who's what?
The Lion
The
of...
guy from Uganda or something that was.
Oh, the guy, they said the Lion of Mogadishu. They called him. I saw. Yeah, I saw it on Facebook. They said the Lion. It's I think it's a guy who's a Uganda general that helped liberate Mogadishu from Al-Shabaab during 2012. I wouldn't call him the Lion of Mogadishu, man. Come on, man. That's like disrespect to the Somali people, man.
Somali people, come on, bro.
Yeah, come on, man.
Bro, we got rid of the mighty Ethiopian, bro. Young kids.
We got rid of Ethiopia, bro. You know, during the Islamic Wars, there was like 80,000 Ethiopian troops. Yeah,
come on,
invaded Mogadishu, bro.
Yeah, and that plan was literally invade Somalia.
And they had Western support. Support. There was also African countries there. And the whole city, man, it was on flames, and people were fighting day and night. People saying Ethiopia have to leave.
I think that's the only time we had a relatively peace through the Islamic courts for a short period of time.
I like the Islamic courts. I really like the Islamic courts.
Oh, I was loving it. Yeah, I think that's the closest.
That's the closest Somalia would have united, man. I'm telling you, especially the south.
Yeah, and that's the closest to Taliban. I can say that's the closest to Taliban.
That's the closest to Taliban, yeah.
Because they're there for the people as well.
What about Comforter? Why you keep saying south, especially south? Why can you not say Comforter? Why can we not talk about Somaliland and Islamic coast?
Because Somaliland's peaceful. We're talking about troops. Somaliland's peaceful.
The other day,
the chaos is in the south.
There was an issue the other day about Somaliland, and that's what the topic was there the other day. Tonight is not about Somaliland, isn't it? They literally observe us, or they give us an input, input. Obviously, our brothers, they give us input on how to get back on our feet, innit? Like literally, that's what's going on. Like today, I was talking to someone back home. My brother is back home in Galisor, Galgadud. There's a mini war signs going on there. Like there's Al-Shabaab regrouping there and taking over territories.
That's happening in South Mudug. You're talking about Badwe, Amara, Melahas.
Yeah, I don't know their names specifically, but I know it's the Galmudug state anyway. We're still hard there. You know them places. You know where the pirates used to be back in the days. That's their strongholds now, apparently. So,
I hate Al-Shabaab. I really hate them. Shall I tell you one thing I hate about them?
Yeah.
They only like to kill Muslim people, especially Somali people. Because I remember, when they used to rule Kismayo. Remember when they used to rule Kismayo?
Yeah.
A few years back.
Yes.
That was their headquarters.
True.
And then the Kenyan army came to them, and people think these guys are going to fight to the end. Guess what Al-Shabaab did? They ran away.
Yeah, but they don't actually run away.
They're cowards. I'm telling you, they're cowards, man.
But this is
all they do is kill Somali people. That's why they come into Galmudug now, because they see this place here as soft spot.
Yeah, but I
It's
see
like,
this as a
I'm telling
Only
you,
about 30%. Only about 30% of our Shabab is Somalis, bro. The rest are foreigners.
they're
mate.
foreigners.
Yeah,
I don't know
this
God what they are, man. But
but
we
fuck
have to kill
foreigners. How
these
they just
people.
move
We
like
have
That's a
to
that?
kill
foreign
them.
influence.
I don't think
Al
there's.
Shabaab have
I
to be
don't think
killed.
so.
There has to be like with Al Shabaab, yeah, we have to do jihad on them. We have
No,
to
I don't
kill
think
them,
so. I don't
let
think
them
people
kill
want to
Listen,
you.
split, mate. People don't want
listen.
to
You know what I mean?
split.
No
We
mercy,
can't
man.
do that. We can't do that when we have foreign people interfering with us.
No, the
Look,
problem is, yeah, is the weak government in Mogadishu. They actually work with Al Shabaab. They're using Al Shabaab to assassinate their opponents. You know, they're using Al Shabaab as a weapon, and they work with them. There's massive corruption. If we had a decent government that was ready to fight Al Shabaab, I'm telling you, we can take Al Shabaab in a matter of weeks. Because Al Shabaab, yeah, they're cowards. They're
yeah,
cowards,
Where do
man.
they live
These
though?
people,
Don't
they're
live
not
near the
Muslims,
point.
man.
yeah,
They're not on
yeah.
the deen.
Alex,
Okay.
Al-Shabaab, where do you have the Kono?
Listen, how do also?
When they live within the community, cuz.
That's exactly my. I was trying to make that
All
point
these
now.
people,
Yeah.
I know Somalis
Who
that
are
nosy as well.
Somali knows each other. We all know each other,
Nosy,
bro.
cuz.
We nosy, bro. If someone's moving different today, we know what that guy is moving like. Oh, what's wrong with that guy today? He's got peas. Oh, he's doing this. Right, right. Somalis are so smart, manipulative. Like even if you try to recruit him, he'll go, yeah, and then he'll leave. He'll go tell his people, you see, Somalis well shaykhana. So this thing here,
News comes quick, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
yeah. And then let's ask ourselves, how do Al-Shabaab fund each other? Like, so
They get money from Mogadishu. Mogadishu, the problem is there's a weak government in Mogadishu. So
Yeah.
Al-Shabaab are like a shadow government. They actually tax local businesses there. So they make huge amounts of money from taxing the local businesses in Mogadishu.
So how do they pay their operatives? So people going to do missions.
They're moving like
They use the local, what do you call it, Somali telecommunications.
Communication in it, yeah.
Yeah.
So if the government really wanted to find out all Al-Shabaabs and how they're working,
but you're making one mistake. You're making one mistake, bro. The government don't care. This fake government doesn't care about the people. Doesn't care about getting rid.
Okay.
They actually work with Al-Shabaab to further their own interests. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no one trying to fight Al-Shabaab. Actually, I think the only people that are trying to fight Al-Shabaab recently was probably, you guys heard what happened in Puntland when they captured a lot of Al-Shabaab. You guys happened what happened in it.
Yeah.
So,
you know what happened? Do you know what happened there? Yeah. For almost a decade, those people are operating in Puntland, yeah, killing their own people, killing their own people, and Puntland was blaming on the other side, saying, "Oh, they must be from Gelmudug." Like every time they're trying to come towards, say, this must be Gelmudug people that are killing our people. But all this time is their own people sneaking up on each other and then coming at us. Wallah, it's amazing. Wallah, how these people are operating.
So what Puntland's done, yeah, actually there was some controversy about this. There was some people saying
it was a cell. It was a cell, isn't it? It was a cell. It was a cell operating in Puntland that they're all working together.
There was some deadly cell. But I heard some people saying
25 of them.
There was some people saying like maybe some people weren't 100% guilty.
Yeah, they all got done.
I don't know.
He said the Al-Shabaab kids are broke and people are funding them, innit? There's no money, there's no jobs.
Yeah, if you have no money, you can easily be enticed to work for this terrorist organization because they'll say, "Oh, we'll give you a bit of money to join us."
True.
So Bilal wrote, "Our country doesn't have many jobs. Al-Shabaab gives the youth an easy opportunity to make money fast." I've been to Somalia. Who's been to Somalia before? I've been to Somalia many times. I know. I've seen the reality.
Fast money, fast living.
I've been to Wuhoiga. I've never been to the south, innit?
You never been to the south? I've been to the south. I've been to Mogadishu. I've been to
you're not Somalian, bro. You're just a Somalilander, bro. Okay.
Yeah. So the situation
poverty.
You don't have a job.
You say
poverty, bro.
You see poverty.
You're not Somalian. You're just a Somalilander, bro. You never been to south. Are you serious? Like so? You never been all over Somalia.
Like I said, I've never been past Berbera in my life. Would you?
Would you go there though? Would you go to Hargeisa and link up K there?
I've been there, man. I've been to Hargeisa. I've been to Bosasa. I've been to. There's no place in Somalia I've never been to.
That's your Uncle Gaspar Melako.
That country.
Listen, KS, what are you saying? Talk to me.
Yeah. So I've been to Somalia, yeah, and the reality is if you don't have a job, you're screwed, man, because the poverty there can be terrible.
You know,
No, it is. It's
and
100% terrible.
And you'll do anything just to try to, you know,
Are people
better yourself.
starving? Are people starving?
People
A lot of
starving
people
there,
starving.
man. Oh my God.
Nah, man.
Subhanallah, wallahi. I was there 2 years ago, wallahi. Well, you know, when you come to Somalia, people think you got money. Everybody's asking. I had $4,000 in me, wallahi.
Is life so
$4,000.
expensive there?
My money went like that, but just giving people like $100 each just to leave me alone. Okay. I got stressed, though, fancy. Let's look at the Watahisa. Wallahi, look at the Watahisa, man.
No, up to I know exactly what you're talking about. Up to people who do anything for $25, $20, take a life, do anything they want. It's sad. It's really sad. I know we are at the bottom of the barrel, yes, at the moment. But please give it time, inshallah. We will.
Inshallah. May Allah help us.
We're sitting on it. We're sitting on it. We're sitting on it. You know what I mean? We're sitting on it.
Rodriguez,
Yeah.
someone asked you a question on the panel. This is for you.
Go on.
It's right there.
Hawiya said Pullman executed 30 Hawiyas and called them Shabab. Is that true, Rodriguez? Nah, bro, they executed their own people, bro. They know who they executed. They executed 24 Macherten guys, or Osman Muhammad, I can't remember the tribe is, yeah? And they basically been killing their own. One of them killed his own Abti or something. And
one of them killed his own aunt.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, his own aunt. That's it. That's the one. Yeah. So ain't got
why you listen to propaganda? Why propaganda?
Ain't got nothing to do with us. Yeah.
Every region, yeah. Let's be honest. Since this flags came along,
Maxi,
yeah.
but I sorry about that.
No, ما حناقة runta نشجع. Since these flags came along, yeah, we've got different people involved, giving bad news about different region and different areas. Yes, we agree on that, yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah, come on, please. Let's just be honest. Yeah, some people are against certain flags. I'm not gonna big up. I'm not gonna hate Somaliland. I big them up for having 33 plus years peace. All right,
peace,
and showing us something that we could have done 33 years ago.
I know Somaliland.
Big them up, but sometimes went their own way and they started their own thing going.
MashaAllah, like Pullman, they're doing a good thing for themselves. May Allah bless them, because they're trying.
They're climbing up. We got.
I don't go like I say. I don't go like I always said here. I don't go anywhere on the peninsula. You know the whole horn, our region, innit? Yeah. As long as nobody bacha ala Somali, why not?
Why not? Alhamdulillah. Carry on. Everyone do good.
I agree with that. Wallah, I don't mind as long as there's peace and there's living. I don't really give a shit what happens in between. But one thing I agree with, one thing I say, in order for all the regions to get along, we have to come up with one flag that picks up all the regions,
That's true.
Pick up the foreigners.
Yeah. On that note, on that note, let me just quickly say this as well, I mean, I see what you just said now, and then what I always see is one state in the whole of these states, Gelmudu, Puntland, Somaliland, is inclusive to all tribes, and all these other states is not inclusive to other tribes. Like for example, on Puntland, it's only Macherten that can hold the title there. Like, you know what I mean? They can rule. And not only Macherten.
I will never hold you back. You try your best. I guarantee you won't win. But try your best.
Hold on, let me carry on.
Let him finish. Let him land.
I'm being honest here. You know what I mean? And it's facts. Everything I'm mentioning here is facts. Yeah. And so then you got Somaliland, the same thing as well. You got Isaac, and then they give the other they're going to Dolbahante or Sengeli sometimes, and the other thing, Samaron, but not exactly holding the main title. Like, you know what I mean?
What about Mogadishu, man? Only Marhan and Abgal win. How come?
Bro, I'm not talking about Mogadishu, Anna. We're talking about states. So now go to Gelmudug. See Gelmudug, is inclusive of every single tribe. There is Marehan there. There is Mursada there. There is Abgal there. Who wins?
Yeah.
Any one of them. Mar Saad, Mar Salaman, Mar Air. Had so far it's been Saad. The next one is Salaman. The next one is probably going to be Air. The next one is probably going to be Marehan. Marehan they always got the Barlamanka, head of the parliament. You know what I mean? So, and then now we go back to who lives in the regions. Every time we have to look. The reason why another but Asil El Kase, they live in Puntland.
No.
They got whole cities like in Puntland, but they're never allowed
but
to
this
get.
is what you're getting wrong, Rodriguez. Wallahi, this is
What's
where you got
this?
it wrong.
I don't like
This
this.
is where you got it wrong. Somaliland was
this.
not created as Somaliland, for other regions or other tribes to come and control it, bro. It was created strictly for Somalilanders to control it.
But Somaliland is more inclusive than Puntland. If you look at it, you see Somaliland. It's got that road in the Kursial. They got Dulbahante, they got Warsangeli,
But they will never
got all
control
them
it.
people.
They will never control it. It will only be South people running it.
But who's your
It will
defense
only be
minister?
South people running the country.
Bro,
Same
can
as
I say something? This is
Same
why
as
Somaliland
Puntland, we will let
Puntland
you
are
in,
stable.
but we will never let you run it because it's a Puntland, it's the land of the Punt.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about your other people there. There's other tribes.
Wait,
The other
bro.
people don't exist.
Bro,
Right.
can I make one point? Bro, can I make one point? This is why Somaliland and Puntland are stable because they got their stuff, like they got their things in order. This brother's right. Your brother's right, man. He's saying he's basically saying we got our stuff together. We made this and we're ruling and it's working. Go to Puntland, bro.
Basically,
Things are smooth there. Things are smooth there. It's working. Wallahi. There's no. Everybody knows.
Pay attention to what other
where
tribes say.
they belong
They
to
will
fight.
never run us.
They basically,
I agree, man.
what you saying? They basically got a chain of command.
There's a chain of command. It makes sense, wallahi.
No, but no, Max.
I
I'm not
love
gonna
that.
lie to you. Can I say something? Yeah. It was, that thing you said. I think this question answers that question you said earlier. How comes we're inclusive, but when you're inclusive, you're forgetting all the problems are happening to you? Maybe
So that's
you
what.
can't-
Okay.
Maybe
Where are you?
So what I'm just.
I'm trying to say, Max,
I get you. I get you.
land. Can I land? Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe it's time you started clamping down and saying, no, because this whole thing.
Thank you, Khalid.
No offense.
That's me leadership.
I don't think
No, we can't. Khalid, we can't include Mogadishu in this because I don't think Mogadishu is included. I'm talking about the federal states because Mogadishu, I don't know, it belongs to everyone. No, Mogadishu belongs to everyone, to be honest.
I would not agree with that. Why? Maxi, could you say Hargeisa belongs to everyone?
Hargeisa.
Yeah, does it belong to everyone?
I can't say that for now because they sort of secluding themselves. But in reality, when you look at the numbers of people that live in Hargeisa, there's a lot of Hawiyas there, the business people.
Okay, but tell me who's the majority? Who's the majority in Hargeisa?
It's just like Abgal.
Who's the majority in Mogadishu?
Abgal.
Okay, there you go. Dadka wuxuu waa runta hada. Okay, dadkaas ku balan laakiin waa la leeyahay.
Waa la leeyahay. Ma la dhigi karo ayaga iskale. Yeah, because magaalada weyn. Hargeysa magaalada weyn waay.
Mogadishu time for you. I'll tell you the truth. I don't have that Mogadishu Abgal iskale. Wallahi ma fiicna beenaas ku sheegay.
You see Abgal. Okay, hold on. Abgal dagaanay leeyihiin. Mogadishu waa magaalo madaxda laakiin way ugu badan yihiin population wise. But there's
okay, Mogadishu yaa ku badan. Wait, itaadena hawiya daaro sax Mogadishu yaa ku badan.
Mogadishu hawiya u badan.
Hawiya ku badan Abgal.
Hawiya ku badan. Waa ka
yeah,
laakiin you can't say all Somalians iskale.
Mursade as well they're there. But also
Djibouti yaa ku badan. Djibouti yaa ku badan. Djibouti.
والله قرن ما Somali.
عيسى قبلت.
Yeah, Somali لو أصلا.
Yeah, Saka قبلت.
بصاصة يا قبلت.
دارود.
There you go.
Let's be honest, yeah. So instead of this عاصمتي, let's look about it. Do you feel everyone what they can? Except for Mogadishu.
That's the thing. No, I want to just say Mogadishu. I would say big major cities because Hargeisa I include this as a major city as well.
As a leader of a region, you have to be open-minded to all sorts of people. We bring everyone in, but only one people will run Puntland, and that's us.
Yeah, bro, you're right, bro. I agree with you, man.
Yeah, but I can't. You know what? I started this year, but I got to agree to one thing as well. And I come out of this year. I think maybe that's why my area is so conflicted because we don't let certain.
There's no leadership.
We don't let majority lead, or we don't let. You get me? That's
why there's confusion, a mess. Okay. Check Somaliland. Check everybody knows their place.
Great leader.
That's true.
As great leaders, as the greatest leaders go along, wallahi, they're open-minded to everything. Bring everyone in, but that seat only belongs to certain people. End of story.
Exactly.
That's the only way you're going to establish peace. That's the only way you're going to move forward.
Yeah, but I think
look,
my
Somaliland
bit, my
maxaa ka baranay Somaliland waraa abti war ragis dagaali jiray Muqdisho dhexdeeda caruurtooda college iyo jaamacado iyo villas bay ku haystaan iyo baabuur in Somaliland. How come they living that peaceful life? Because Somaliland opened the doors to everyone, yet they run the country. They're not narrow-minded. They listen to everybody's thoughts, try to please everyone. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly, yeah.
Bring you in, you know what I'm saying? Make it. And I'm not going to hold you back. If you're going to make money in my region, bro, you can make as much as you want.
Yeah. But Somaliland doesn't like oppositions, you know, like they're sort of like, I don't know.
Why would you oppose them? Why would you go against them?
No, I'm not talking about within their own people. Like,
They're doing well for themselves, man.
Yeah, why would you go against them? They're doing very well. If you want to make money, go over there and make money. They're not going to hold you back. Wallahi, they will not stand your way. They're actually going to ask you, yeah, come, make more money, my brother.
They need that, yeah.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So it's the same. We should all be the same in our own regions. Let's be honest. Let's do that. And then afterwards, talk about a flag that unites us in.
Talk about like union, like we can do, you know, like the UAE. Yeah, brother, you know, like the UAE, everybody's got their own region.
Yeah, but then we come under one flag.
Under one flag, like that. But everybody rules their own region. It's going to be like confederacy.
Confederacy, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So Puntland, they got their own land. No one can tell them what to do. Somaliland, they got their own land. No one can tell them to do. The other states, they got their own land. No one can tell them to. Everybody agrees.
Yeah.
Okay. No one can bully anyone else. Because the truth is, bros, I just want to say one thing. Yeah.
Rule that applies to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely, brothers. I just want to say one thing. One of the biggest problems we have here is we don't trust each other anymore. After the Civil War, after Sierra, he used the military against his own people.
It's true.
After that, wallahi, no one trusts each other. Somalis are scared of each other now. They're afraid of each other. The trust is gone. Before that, we used to have Somali anymore. We would say, yeah, let's get back our lands in Ethiopia. Let's get back our lands in Kenya. Let's have Somali win.
There's a famous bar.
But
there's a famous bar. I always
nobody,
say on
people,
this
I don't know why it's all the time. Wallahi, there's no trust.
Brother, there's a famous bar I say on this channel. We become Ado Suladolemni. Ado Suladolemni.
Exactly.
Enemies that are born with each other.
We were born into this. You and me and my guys, all of us on the panel right now, we were born into this. We have no choice making the choices that was made for us.
Yo,
There's
I just
no
want to big
way.
up my brother. I just want to big up my brother Muhammad, South Africa in the building. Big up. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm fine, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. You got anything to say, Muhammad Amin?
Yeah, about the title, yes. About
Yes.
will Al-Shabaab be motivated by what Taliban have done? The thing is, I doubt it, or they will be stupid enough to think that, because you see, Al-Shabaab, they are despite what the chaos they cause, they don't have as much influence as the Taliban have in Afghanistan.
Taliban is not a terrorist cell.
They're not also terrorists. That's also another thing.
Al-Shabaab they were born from poverty, death, and killing. Taliban was not.
Taliban are more general cultural people who live like in villages, etc. And their fiqh even is Hanafi fiqh, and the interpretation of the deen and what the West apparently is like saying, oh, we need to save the woman and that. Obviously, their interpretation of the deen in terms of like women going out to work and that is their interpretation. It's not deen in terms of you get what I'm saying. So
Everybody
yes,
has a different interpretation of deen and everything else. That's to their own house.
So the thing is, where the propaganda is these people are like from the West, especially from the media, and that they are so focused on that. But we shouldn't like defend it in saying like, no, this is what you call this. They are right in that. No, they are wrong in like letting, because the deen allows a woman to go to work and everything.
Yeah,
but
but
the thing is,
it works for Taliban in their own region. What they came up with this rule on their own. They live in that region. You do not live in that region. You have no right to comment on that. You have no comment. You have no right You don't live there. You don't have a woman there. You don't have nothing there, bro. If they're happy doing that in their own region, who gives us? Why do we have that power to say, "Oh yeah, let's interfere and save their women"? What are we gonna
The
do with
thing,
their women? We got enough of our own women. They're not even married, bro.
the thing is, bro, even with whenever I was looking at things nowadays, I saw that a lot of people calling for, yes, that the Taliban is finally going to establish, quote unquote, an Islamic state or something like that. No? The people mostly cheering from the outside, they have no family there in Afghanistan. They either, and they're also not Afghani themselves. So why are you wishing a total? Because we know of Taliban how they interpret the deen and how they are. So why are you wishing?
No,
Um,
from what
those people
sources do you
be
know
under
this
that?
from? Can I ask that
Sorry,
question, please? Can I ask you that question? What sources do you know this from?
I
You just said
personally know.
we know what they did and what they do and all this and how they interpret their own
I
religion and whatever. But what
I have a
sources do you get that idea from?
I have a personal friend who is Afghani, who relocated to South Africa, and we grew up together basically. So I do know of the stories there, and also there
Yeah, but that's
is
the struggle of the youth in Afghanistan. Nothing to do with the foreign powers of the world. That's the
in what
struggle
sense?
of the youth to come and break through. That is that. I'm not about in Somalia. Up to come on, bro. Yo, in India there was a time where when a husband died and the wife used to get buried with the husband. They came through that. Do you understand? The paganism is like uneducation and things like that. We all come through it. You have to you have to strive to come out of it. Do you know what I'm saying? That it's the nation who lives that area to become who they want to be, not the world to interfere. Your own house is not clean, and you want to clean other people's houses?
That,
Makes no
yeah,
sense to
that's
me.
what that's my point, brother. I think we on the same page, but you think I'm against you. I'm saying that everyone, I'm talking about everyone. This is not the issue. This is the Afghani people's issue.
Yeah,
And the thing
absolutely.
is about this Taliban, they said in their manifesto, if you check what they outlined so far. I know talk is cheap. We have to see what they do in due time. That's the only way we can judge them, because from what they are saying, they're saying that we're not the same people who was pre 2001, like the regime of 1996 to 2001. We are not
Yeah.
that type of regime. So we'll see. That's all we can do. But this
You have to
notion
give
of
them chance. It's their region. We don't live there.
sorry.
We don't live there. It's their own region. Let them sort out their own problems, and we sort out our own problems.
But yeah, that's why I'm linking this to the title, because the title saying, "Will Al-Shabaab like gain confidence from the takeover of Taliban," which is two different things.
That's
I'm trying to
absolutely
point out
true.
thing is
Al
two
Shabaab is a
different things.
terrorist cell that was born out
Yeah,
of terrorism, and
they are
Taliban.
tied.
Look at the meanings. Al Shabaab. Look at that. What does Al Shabaab the meaning mean to you guys? What does Al Shabaab mean?
The youth, right?
The youth
Al
and
Shabaab
Taliban
does not
means
mean the youth. Al Shabaab
yeah,
is like
Taliban
marka
and
tight on Euro, and you think you
yeah,
can conquer the whole world.
and Taliban is basically in I think it's in Pashtun or their
No, no.
Persian language.
When a
It's
young man
called
when a young man hits certain age, like after 15, before 20, he
yeah,
thinks he conquer the whole world and influence anybody and do as he wishes. This is what we call Al Shabaab. This arrogance. This is when you think you're big, you're strong, you're healthy, and you're gonna live forever. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? This is what Al Shabaab means. But Taliban means the students.
yeah, students, yes,
The
and they
students.
being brought out of students.
Who's a student? A person who's willing to learn, who's open to studies, who's willing to go that extra mile to read and learn things differently, improve himself. That's a student.
Yeah, I know the term does mean that, but I don't associate. You see, if you can call yourself a certain group, but you can act in a different way. You get what I'm saying? The name of your group doesn't define you. But where the Taliban originates from, if you check history, they were basically students
Yeah.
that grew up,
Taliban
and
were
then in
students
the Cold
that
War,
should not have peace learning.
And
They
they
never had
began
peace.
when they began to fight. They began to fight warlords, the people who were calling themselves
Cold War.
Yeah,
basically
Mongols,
warlords.
Mongols, King's Khan, USSR, all sorts of people came along.
That's
They
why
had
they call it the graveyard of empires.
Yeah, they had to fight in order to survive.
And what you go understand, MAH as well, is and now that the US is gone, this is a good thing for Afghanistan. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Muslim.
Afghanistan, they got their country back, and their countrymen are running their country. They don't have a puppet government from the US running their country. Like, this is all good for them, and time will tell what happens. Yeah, time will only tell if they're like gonna run things properly or. But the alternative would have been a lot worse anyway. Like a government and led by the USA, a puppet government, like in their country and taking their resources, stealing their money, and that would have been a lot worse. So, and this is a good thing for the Afghanistans.
Let's see, man. Time will tell. We know there's throughout these three groups of either freedom fighters or whatever, they captured a place. So in due time, especially even you can link it to South Africa, ANC, they were mostly a military group. That's why Mandela was imprisoned. So time will tell how they will manage the country. But I see them as if they do things properly, I think the West can't infiltrate them as much because they'll turn into an emirate state with
especially with the natural resources, 3 trillion in earth minerals.
Yo,
3
and
trillion.
Khalid, I beg you play that video, and just play it for like 3 minutes long.
Okay, okay.
4
Which one?
minutes
It's the last link, yeah?
Yeah.
That you sent. I'll got it right here. From what time? What do you want to play from
And
that time?
yeah,
13 minutes.
1350, yeah. 1350,
Okay.
yeah.
That's ain't none. Got you.
Gold, your strategic advantage.
Well, today I came to see the Double London.
Mike, do you want to? We'll build. And I personally into Afghanistan instead of the American military directly being involved there and doing it themselves. And I thought that, this would be regional stability for everyone if the Taliban were the people that the American government was dealing with rather than the Afghan government that was never going to be able to push back on the Taliban if they decided to take violent means and kill a bunch of people and eventually and inevitably overtake the government regardless.
No, you're absolutely right. And the U.S. government was trying to negotiate with the Taliban right when they took over through the 90s under Bill Clinton. And they were negotiating because they wanted to build an oil pipeline in Afghanistan. I mean, Afghanistan is an extremely important geopolitical location for resources, neighboring all these oil-rich former Soviet republics. And so the Clinton administration was fine with the Taliban. I mean, there was even groups of Taliban that were flown to Texas to go to the Unocal oil executives ranch to have meetings about developing these oil pipelines. So the U.S. never had a problem with the Taliban government. But they were just kind of difficult to deal with. They wanted to develop these pipelines, but the Taliban were dragging their feet. They didn't really care about it. And so they were just they weren't the best business partner. And so 9/11, and we can't just look at it in the vacuum of Afghanistan. When 9/11 happened, the United States government said, great, this is perfect. Every government in the region that is not a total client or neo-colony of the United States, now's our ticket to go take them all out. Why did they want to take out the Taliban government? Not because the Taliban had anything to do with 9/11, which they didn't. Not because they weren't cooperating with the U.S. in anti-terrorism operations. They were. The Taliban were just annoying to deal with as business partners. So they figured, we'll just go in Afghanistan, knock down the Taliban real quick, set up a puppet government that's a neo-colony of the United States and will give us all the contracts to mine the minerals and build the oil pipeline. Then we'll go to Iraq and take down that government really easily and then set up a puppet government that'll give us all the oil contracts. Then we'll go to Iran and do the same thing. Syria do the same thing. Lebanon do the same thing. Sudan do the same thing. Somalia do the same thing. I mean, and a lot of those countries Biden named in his speech of places we need to turn towards not being bogged down in Afghanistan. So that was the goal of the U.S. empire and imperialism in the wake of 9/11 was go to this region, which was like a bastion of anti-imperialism and resistance to US domination, and just this total imperial arrogance to think that they could just go in and easily overthrow these governments and install puppet governments, and then it would just go very easily. And it just shows you like just the hubris and the arrogance of the people in Washington and the Pentagon who like have so much control over our lives. They're complete idiots. And so it both blew up in their faces. The Iraq War completely blew up in their face. They were totally defeated militarily on the ground and effectively retreated in defeat. And the same thing happened in Afghanistan. But Afghanistan's a little different because they were able to drag it out a lot longer. And it's the same thing with Vietnam. After the U.S. knew they had lost in Vietnam, militarily anyway, of course, still is a lot to gain for the war industry. But instead of just saying, okay, there's no possible way to achieve our objectives, we don't want to kill any more people and we don't want any more people to die, they adopted a strategy called like peace with honor, which meant just bombing, killing millions extra people and sending 100,000 or so more soldiers to their deaths before they eventually retreated. And that's what happened in Afghanistan. I mean, there is no reason why they couldn't have left a decade ago. And I remember when Obama, I mean, it should have never been there. Leaving a decade ago would have been very popular. I remember when Obama gave his speech announcing the troop surge at West Point and everything. And I was gathered with a bunch of military families, mostly mothers, and whose sons were in the military, had been to Afghanistan 4 or 5 times, been to Iraq a bunch of times, and thinking that Obama was going to end the war. And Obama.
Yo.
And just to give you a bit of background, and that guy Mike, he's a U.S. veteran. He's like an activist. He works against and U.S.'s forever wars, like literally just causing wars in every country and trying to take over. He's basically like an activist, basically, and against warmongers. And the other guy is a political commentator, Hassan. He's from the Young Turks. So yeah, basically, and what they're saying is basically, and what most commentators and or most people that have been following and what the military has been doing in Afghanistan and stuff are saying, it is a business deal to them, and this is the best outcome for the Afghani people. I think the British.
You're absolutely
British
right.
General,
Opportunity for them. Everything's a business opportunity. They do not interfere in any country without an opportunity being visible to them. Yes or no?
Yeah,
They didn't go to Iraq for free. They took all the oil. They didn't go to Libya for free.
There was something else in
They didn't
Afghanistan.
go
There
to
was something. There was lithium. Was it called lithium? Lithium. They were taking something. They were taking the opium.
Yeah, that's
They were
it.
taking the opium
Yeah,
and they
come
were
on,
taking the lithium.
The lithium is worth 300.
Why did the old
trillion?
China? Listen, before 1991, China was the only provider of lithium. They have the same mountains, regional mountains that Afghanistan's have. They have vast amount of country, China. Okay, and inhabited. ما دقنوا desert كأنك أفريقيا كلا سوى سنة desert and Saudi Arabia said desert Middle East لويس تو بيجوا هو a mountainous region. You break the mountains, you will find lithium, you can find minerals you will not know what to do with. That is why technologically China is the world's #1 country in the world. Because they have these minerals available to them and they can use it in technologically wise. Okay?
Afghanistan is sitting on 1 trillion worth of minerals. They said 1 trillion worth of minerals.
It's the reason why they moved to. The first thing in America when they moved to that place, what went up? Lithium in America went up. Yes. Next thing that went up in America, lithium went up. Next thing that went up is the you see what I'm saying? The opiates. There's an opiate pandemic in America. They don't show you that. They don't share that with you. And to be honest, I'll be honest with you. You showed me a lot of videos. Okay, you showed us a lot of videos like we care about the Western views. Why the hell do I care about how Westerns are feeling about other regions in the world. Let's be honest. I don't care about their views. That's just a view. It's an opinion they're entitled to. We're entitled to our own opinions as well.
So what's your opinion?
All right.
Yeah, brother.
My
What
opinion
is your
is
opinion?
in the Western world,
What is your one?
in the Western world, everyone except them is a terrorist. They're the ones who are killing children and kids and everything else. But they're not terrorists. They are saviors. But everyone else is a terrorist. You see what I'm saying? How many kids died in Iraq? How many people, how many women and children died in Iraq? How many kids died in Libya? How many people suffered in Syria? How many kids?
Statistically, more
in
died
Afghanistan?
during the invasion and after the invasion than when the Taliban had in power.
Come on, bro, please. More than Taliban did all their life. Disappeared in that little invasion they had.
Okay, yeah, brother. South Africa, Muhammad Amin.
Yeah, the thing about
Broski.
lithium now, I need to go back to is, lithium, we're all moving into an all electric world. So what do you need for electric? A lot of lithium batteries, isn't it?
That's correct.
So it's like
Lithium is lithium is
Let him land, yeah, brother. Let the brother land.
yeah, it's made for the Teslas and that the batteries that for just the normal cars that's coming out now, the electric cars, they are built with lithium batteries. So the thing that was a bit confusing for me and things that didn't add up is why would America leave now if it was intentional that they were leaving? Why would they leave all that resources and maybe let Russia or China cut a deal with Taliban? So that's why my conclusion was the Taliban indefinitely took out the Americans. You get what I'm saying?
That's what you
Because
believe.
the
That's
amount
what they
of-
want the world to believe. That is what they want the world to believe. A minute ago, we listened to a video about, 20 minutes ago, we listened to a video telling you $1 trillion. By the time America was done, there was not $1 trillion no more. It was all gone, nearly gone. You understand what I'm saying? Why would I go to and invade a country and take all this weapons? I spent 700 billion, nearly million something, 700 something billion up to Askar, fast and normal for people, lives and equipment and everything. And I left it behind all for Taliban to play with. Why? Unless I got something more precious than they think I did it.
Not really. And they're
America
not only
took
stealing.
most of it.
What do you see? What do you see from the mainstream media now in the last few weeks? Do you think that's been left alone? You think the Taliban's been left alone to control Afghanistan? Sooner or later, there's going to be people going to them, and they're going to be
Of
attacked.
course they have. America was never interested in Taliban. America was never interested in Taliban. Don't get it twisted, man. America was never interested in Taliban. They would never, up to the whole country is Taliban. There's no way they could get rid of Taliban or do anything about it. They tried to control it while they steal the resources. That's it. Simple as. And they did it. They succeeded it. They took 80% of the resources. Only left them at 20%.
Brothers, I also think there's another angle. This is what I think. Because, like, the other day you touched on it. You said, what are they doing there? Why are they spending so much money in Afghanistan? What I think is it has to do with something about Islam. Because in Afghanistan, you have a group of people who managed to, capture the whole country, want to implement Sharia law. And this goes against their world order.
Yeah.
So I think they spent all that money just making sure that there's no Islamic government that takes place in
Not
Afghanistan.
only that, well, look how much money they took as well away from the country. Afghanistan
Of course, they're
nation.
going to rob whatever they can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look what happened in Egypt. They preach about democracy, but when the Egyptian people wanted democracy, what did they do to that president who won the elections from Muslim Brotherhood?
Morsi.
Yeah, what happened to him?
Yeah, man.
They killed him.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
they sentenced him to life. Yeah, and the Quran missing Tambiri, Marcus Udizan, bro.
What happened? Yeah.
But listen, guys, let me just quickly explain.
Muslim nations as well.
Yeah, but the theory, and then you lot say the Taliban, yeah, and they want the Taliban because they don't want the Taliban because they're Islamic Sharia law, yeah. See the Taliban, yeah, and the madhab they follow, yeah, is coming from Wahhabism, yeah. And these Saudis follow the similar thing. So this is what Saudis do as well. They oppress the women. They're not allowed to go outside without male. Blah, blah, blah.
Listen.
But Saudi Arabia is a friendly country with with the West. They don't say nothing about it, even though it's just similar. Exactly what the Taliban are trying to implement is exactly what Saudi Arabia implements in their own country. So and to us, to me, I don't see them. I don't see them as the righteous people to be followed.
Saudi Arabia had no interest in Afghanistan for a long time. Afghanistan had no interest in Saudi Arabia for a long time as well.
The Taliban are the kids that came out the madrasas.
Max, this narrative,
Osama bin Laden is a fictional guy. He did not exist in Taliban. He did not exist.
I'm talking about see the Taliban and the madhab they follow and the thing that they do and where they get it from is exactly the same as the Saudi Arabians. What they do, the same thing.
No, they don't. They don't. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The Saudis believe in the American dollar, where the Afghanistans don't.
Yeah.
Forget what the Saudis believe in. The
شهادة أنا أركز وارك تابتي waxay ku sameynayaan adduunka waa aragtay say ugu ciyaareen waa aragtay
Look what they did to Yemen. Look what Saudi Arabia is doing to Yemen. Their own brothers.
Not only Yemen. Not only Yemen. Look at Bahrain. Look at Bahrain. Look at Oman. Look at Qatar. The way they tried to control them just because Qatar tried to fight them. Talk back. Come on, man. Let's just be honest, man. Look at the way the Saudis are playing around the world.
Look what they did to the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt.
He died, bro. They killed him.
The Saudi Arabia, funded Sisi to destroy the Muslim Brotherhood. Saudi Arabia and the UAE.
And they funded it.
They funded it.
Cash for that.
Billions. They paid billions, man.
Brothers, look at Israel.
Someone mentioned Qatar. I just want to point out Qatar's not so innocent. Qatar's sly, man, that country. You know Qatar?
No, it used to be. Not anymore. Since Saudi Arabia went against them and they went against Saudi Arabia, up to since then, they become like the Turks. They got issues right now. Between the Turks and the Qataris are like ganging up against the Saudis and telling the truth.
What I want to point out about Qatar is like how they finance Al-Shabaab. And they got their
own interest. They have own interest because America is everywhere. Believe me, America is right. Look, I'll show you something. There's a video of Trump in RCA in Afghanistan where he blew up a whole mountain.
Wow, man.
Do you know that video? You remember though, a while ago?
No. I know it is.
Live on TV. He blew up a whole mountain, telling us there was Taliban underneath it. That was no Taliban underneath that. It's just the minerals, bro. They were sucking it.
I was going to point, Maxi,
and the story.
Maxi, I was going to say...
the other thing I want to tell you is,
No, Yabade, I agree with you. I was going to say I agree with Yabade. Because me and Yabade, I think we got the same thoughts on this matter. It's just like, Maxi, you seem to be anti-Taliban. What's your problem with the Taliban? What you got against them?
I'm not really anti-Taliban. If the people want them, and they choose them, that's fine.
Why do you label them Wahhabi?
Bro, I'm not good at this labeling thing. I don't want to label them anything. But I see the ideology, what they trying to implement here, is so similar to what the Saudi Arabians. If anything, is a positive to me because they can.
How would you know? Were they given a chance to implement anything? Were the Taliban given a chance to implement anything? No, were the Taliban given a chance to implement anything at all?
Not yet so far. That's what I don't know really what they're gonna be doing sooner or later. They're gonna obviously. I can't see them leaving their own ideology and what they've been practicing for the last 20-30 years.
Yeah, but that's what you cannot see.
I can't see that.
Cannot see. That's not what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen, though, cuz, is it? Let's be honest.
What's going to happen? Because I can't see the future.
Allah knows.
Yeah. And in that sense,
all I know is It's better than the Western view. I guarantee you, 110%. Whatever happens,
100%.
it's better than the Western view.
Well, like 100%. I agree on that as well.
Now,
Because they've been ruling their people with the way they rule their people with their oppression, and they used to work for them, and that's how they used to be until the Americans came and invaded them, and a lot of them died.
Okay,
Yeah.
show us some
The Western
examples of the oppression you talk about, Maxi. What oppression? How did they oppress their people? Because
the girls weren't allowed to go to school. Women didn't have that much rights at that time with the Taliban. Remember,
if you had money, they could.
They used to.
If you had money, they could.
And do you see that as Adalat?
So that's all you got on them. Women rights, yeah.
A poor man cannot have the same rights as the rich one. حتى Quran cannot degree that was.
Say what?
You can join bachelor levels bachelor in this world.
So
you live a certain life. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't know about that. I just see everyone's equal. Like,
so Maxi, all you brought so far is women rights. Anything else?
No, women's rights. Basically, they were chopping people's hands. They were chopping hands. Stoning on adultery. All them things.
Stoning on adultery. They never did that in Taliban.
Brother, that's the stories Brian used to hear them times. You get me?
But I'm sure about that.
To hear those days is what they used to do.
Again, you're judging them on Western views. Where did your source come from?
Have I been to Afghanistan? I've never been to Afghanistan to say that. I'm just going with the view of what people used to go. This is exactly what they're saying they're going to not be doing now. Now they're talking now. What is it exactly what the spokesman is saying? We're not going to oppress women. They're going to allow to go to school. They're allowed to do this, allowed to that. This is things that they weren't doing before, correct?
I think before they used to let women work, especially as doctors, so they can treat other women.
So why would they be saying that? Okay, have you
not seen Afghan in the 70s and the 80s? It was actually kind of swinging hip. Well, y'all be like then.
Yeah, that's the royal times, isn't it? When they used to have the royal family or whatever.
They used to take heroin, Even just sleep, bro. That man's like up there.
Abti man, that's قات خودي هنا ما وضن خود على قبة.
I saw fresh. I saw heroin in مقاطعنا.
على أنت العنج جري سكدا على أنت العنج bro. These people
that's that man's version of what's it called. That's that man's version of what's it called. Child in it, man. Let's be honest, in it, yeah.
Yeah, they were rich in culture and everything else, bro. You have
the angles I'm coming from. I was watching a video. I was looking for a couple of videos here about these guys, in it, yeah. I was watching a video of them in the 70s, 60s. Wow, it was different. I'm not gonna lie, very liberal. Like it was mad. I was like,
a woman could do anything.
Yeah,
it depends. Yeah, but Somali used to be like that in the 70s. If you check, you find girls without hijab.
We were the second strongest city in the world, bro. In Africa, bro. Come on, man.
In the world.
Go to Somalia now, and every girl's wearing a hijab.
Somaliland, you know what I'm saying? Life is different, bro.
Because there was like peace and there was a trust between the Somali people. But that's all gone.
Ain't it funny that all these mayhems around the world started at around 1990, same time in Somalia civil war. Like,
no, I would disagree because I think especially us and African countries started collapsing in the 90s, but they started to improve in 2000s. But unfortunately, us Somalia was still in the same position. I think Arab, to your hand, is starting on them now. If you check Libya,
it's a general
when did
rule.
When did the Saudi Arabians then topple the Turks? What year was that?
They never toppled the Turks. Nobody toppled the Turks.
Yeah, they did. They toppled the
Ummah. No, Turks got lost. They lost to not the Romanians.
No,
they beat the Romanians.
Well, you mean the Ottomans? The Ottomans.
Ottoman Empire lost to. Do you know who they lost to?
100 years decline. They lost so many wars in the end. Like they lost to the Russia. They lost to Russia.
Didn't the Saudis make a deal with the British? Didn't the Saudis make a deal?
Western world.
Oh yeah.
You're talking about Lawrence Arabia, Musa.
Yeah, with the famous was it Sharif of Najad? and then
Also,
they
we
betrayed him
same.
as well. When they betrayed him as well, because he betrayed the Ottomans in it by allying with the British and
Yeah,
destroying the rail trucks and
absolutely.
uprising with the Arab tribes. They tried to attack Medina, and then with obviously with Lawrence of Arabia, they attacked the railway trucks, so the Turks couldn't get Ottomans
What
couldn't
year
get no
was that
support.
though? What year?
This was
1930s, man.
1908, no,
13.
08,
They
1908.
couldn't
Oh,
attack.
yeah.
They no.
Is
Listen,
19
after
is
Alam
literally
Tara,
after 1908.
no, after
Yeah.
Alam Tara كيف حال شو شكله runta Alam Tara surada Alam Tara لا markii soo degtay nobody ever attacked Makkah or Medina.
No, this is Medina. I'm talking
Actually,
about
I'd be
when
surprised once. I was reading in the history books. It was, I think, actually the
Abashi.
Mongols almost reached the Kaaba. You'll
No,
be
no, no, no.
surprised.
The Mongols they ransacked
That's the
Baghdad.
Mongol king who lost everything, and then even the pigeons hit him with a stone cold.
No, no, no.
Oh,
There
that's the Ethiopian guy. That's the Ethiopian guy.
That's a Habash guy. I don't.
At the time, just before the Prophet was born. You know the king of Ethiopia? He used to rule Yemen, and he tried to invade, destroy the Kaaba, but like you said, the birds destroyed it.
The elephants, everything, man. Every animal in the world ran against.
Actually, that's kind of surprising because Ethiopia was powerful back then. You know.
No, can I ask you a question?
just to mention quickly.
You know how
that
America
guy,
is creating havoc everywhere? Why don't they try the Kaaba one time?
Allah protects the Kaaba.
No, they know they can't. They know they can't.
No,
Allah
honestly speaking, US this and US that. On the message here, on the YouTube thing here, there's a lot of fucking American. What I didn't know, the Somalis who live in America are pagans. You know that? They big up their country like if they own the bloody place, you know.
Why would you say that?
But look at your messages. Read your messages.
Yeah, ignore the
They're
chat.
brainwashed.
Read the messages. Oh my god, they're pagans.
Don't feed the troll, man. You man. Yeah. Don't feed the trolls. Carry on the flow, man. That's one thing to do. Don't feed the trolls.
Wallahi, they're pagans. I swear to God.
the biggest devil.
America, were pagans. I swear to God, I'm telling you right now. They do not know. Wallahi, they do not know what Islam America is doing to Islamic world. They do not know.
No, but listen though.
I can't breathe for you.
Come on, man. What you trying to do, man? I got a big US following. What you trying to do, man? You trying to cut the US following down? I love them, man. I say the Canadians are a bit funny. I agree with you. I say the Canadian. Right, a lot of US guys, man. Team US, man. I got love for Team US, man. A couple of real brothers and sisters out there.
Potentially getting married to the US, man. Yeah.
I'm saying, one time my skies, bro. The team, pick up Team US, bro. I got
Get the hell out of here, US. Get the hell out of here. US are weak, man. They're pagans, bro.
Guys, what do you guys think about what's happening in Lebanon compared to what's happening in Afghanistan? Because you can see, Lebanon, they swallowed the whole Western thing, and look where they ended up. You know what I'm trying to say? You're not going to get success if you follow the Western model. Look at them now. What do you guys think about that?
Look where they're at right now. They're confused, lost souls. They don't have no culture, no nothing at all. Everything is confused. It's zero.
100%.
And this is what America wants.
This is what the West wants, man. If you swallow their ideas and stuff, that's it. You're going to end up like Lebanon. Because I remember when that accident happened, the French president came to Lebanon, and they were like, all of them were surrounding him, saying, "Oh," they were like treating him like he was God. You know?
Look at that.
What did he do for them? What did he do? They said, "Oh, we are loyal to France because France created Lebanon." Some of them were writing those comments. When you check the videos, I was saying, what did he do for Lebanon? This French president? Nothing. They're probably just gloating over them, laughing at them, laughing at their misery. That's what I'm trying to say, bros. What I'm trying to say is, don't follow the West, man. You have to go alone, bro.
France is the most corrupt country in the world.
We live in a world. Listen,
I'm not gonna lie most of the West Africa countries.
I kept the West.
Ransom.
No, I'll
You
be
see
honest
what
with you.
France is
I'll be
doing to
one of
West
the best.
African countries.
Especially
No,
Nigeria.
I'll be one of the best.
No, all of
No,
West
listen to it.
Africa,
Look,
basically,
guys.
they're not even allowed to have their own currency. Like, they have
Look
to
what
use
one of
franc.
the sisters wrote.
All right, let me explain something to you.
What do you think about this?
You man, think true. Wallahi, panel kabtan is shega. Runta is shega.
What do you think?
I came to the West. I had no choice. I was a little kid. I was born. I
Everything's
grew up in the
deluded,
West.
man.
I know how they work. I know how they manipulate the world. They care about figures. At the end of the month, at the end of the year, how much money did I make? End of story.
Yep.
Their mother or father don't matter to them.
It's a communist society. I mean, no, consumerism. Yeah.
Boris Johnson is
Listen.
our prime minister. Wallahi, hooyadiis aabihiis guriga unan ku haynin loo geynayaa care house.
Subhanallah. You're right, man.
Boris awogis ma taqaanin.
Care house
Awogis
ku
is
jira.
Turkish.
Turkish, innit? It's a Turkish.
Is a Turk traitor that got hanged.
Once a week, bala soo salaama.
Anyway, just on point what the girl
And
just
that's
said,
the
I
one.
believe in that, like secularism.
But what did the
that
girl
in a
say?
sense.
Someone read it. What did she say?
She basically said that religion and politics should be. To me, that's what it meant. Like religion and politics in like why, the way the country is run is the way it's run.
No, I disagree with that. I'm going to tell you the truth now.
Hold on.
I disagree with that.
Let me just quickly finish this. All of us are Muslims, yeah. All of us are Muslims. Yeah? We're all going to be judged on the day of judgment. Every single one of us. You understand? And what the law, what Islamic teaches us, yeah, is not to enforce things onto people. Like you can't tell people. So we can't. So from time is in the Sharia, which is in Islamic, yeah. That means that's on you personally. You understand? And the government comes and makes laws for the person. Like, for example, you can't cross the road here. There's a traffic light here. You can't drive without license. You can't do this. Basically, the laws, like, you get me, like, set up laws for the government. And then different religion is different. You understand?
Okay, Maxi, can I say one thing about that?
Yes.
I disagree with that because I know 100%. I know 100%. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has set everything for us.
True.
Yeah?
That's
we don't even have to think about what's evil, what's right. Everything is done for us. Let me give you an example. What do you think about usury?
Sorry?
What do you think about usury?
Usually.
Interest.
Riba, there's an ayah in the Quran for that.
Maxi.
Yeah.
What do you think about interest? Interest.
It's not allowed.
Okay, would you have that if basically if you were, let's say Somalia was peaceful now, we had a government, would you accept interest for to happen?
As a law.
Yeah, for like banks to give people interest, would you accept
as a law for the government, for the country to thrive, I'll let it be. But when it comes to,
but that's going to destroy society. You don't know the destruction that does.
How? Because once the person knows, because obviously I'm going to have probably non-Muslims come in there and investing in my country. I'm not going to chase them away by having that on them as well. You understand? So that's between the Ummah, the Muslims. That's different. That's between them and Allah. You can't make all Allah's Mahalla and Sharia into government. Into law of the government. You get me? You can't do that. And the harams is simple in the Quran. It's not a lot. The way I see it, anyway.
Okay, would you allow companies like to monopolize on water?
What's that monopoly? How am I going to let them monopolize on water? Like that's something that's already.
In Islam, there's certain things like companies can't monopolize on. They can't monopolize on what society needs. Some things should be free, like water, stuff like that. Would you just gonna allow that? Yeah.
Would it? No, certain things that are only what has offered the You get me? This is not something I'm knowledgeable about. You get me? I'm just talking basics, like, and something that's gonna be working for everyone in a sense. You understand? But I have never seen any country that worked on the Sharia law fully in my life, and it doesn't exist to me till now. You understand? But I can see government and deen different. That's how it's always used to be. I think, like
no, I don't.
During the Khalifa, I don't know how did the Khalifa time used to be. Because there used to be non-Muslim people living within us, within the Ummah. You know what I mean? And
listen. The Sunnah, or the Sharia and the way covers just about everything in the right way of doing it. This is the wisdom that Ilahi has given, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Muslim people to do things
Sallallahu alaihi
his
wasallam.
way is the
Yeah.
best way. Like
Okay.
I can't
Can I
tell
ask-
you I can't tell you all the things wrong with interest, but I can, that's because I can't estimate all the variables. But I can tell you that someone's sitting in their house, not doing anything and profiting from that by just lending other people some money. That's
Haram,
wrong.
haram, haram.
There's
Totally
no
haram.
productivity.
It's totally haram. It's
No, you could
totally
say.
haram. You're using other people's blood, other people's sweat. It's haram. Listen to me. The reason why I asked the question, none of you man answered that question for me. Who came up with democracy? Before Islam, were there democracy in this world? We used to trade things in life before, right? There was no money, there was no nothing like this. In Judaism, in Christianity, there was no cash, there's no money, there's nothing being traded. A house for a wife, a gem for food,
I
gold
hear
for
that.
this.
But Yabs, I feel like that. I feel like
In
the panel
Islam,
is flowing.
Nabi Muhammad
Yabs.
sallallahu alaihi wasallam came along.
Sorry.
Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came along. Go ahead.
No, I feel like there's a vibe.
Yeah,
There
came
was
out and he bought democracy. Islamic democracy is totally different to the democracy you hear today. These people who run this world and going around saying democracy, this, yeah, wallahi, they do not know the word about 100 years ago or 1473 years ago. Wallahi, they had no idea what the word meant until Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came up with the word.
Yo, if you're also going for secularism, yeah, you have to accept all the things that's wrong in this society. You have to accept the crime rates. You have to accept the rapes. You got to accept the sexual harassments. You have to accept all of these stuff that's wrong in the Western world.
The only nation.
It's almost as if you're saying you want the problems here to be over there.
No, the only nation in this world that was told without their prophet. This is the only nation in the whole world, yeah, the whole creation of the world that live without their prophet.
Yabs, I think you behind us a couple of seconds.
Let me ask something quickly, yeah. In this country, the laws in this country, yeah. Do you see them as wrong or as right? You know, like they got the simple laws.
I don't think that's a liberalism.
What you're not considering,
Maxi,
what you're not considering is the symptoms. Like one of the symptoms is that they are going to war with other countries and stealing their resources. That's a symptom of this thing that they've created in this country.
And
okay, hold on, put that to the side.
They're hypocrites.
I know that. Okay, 1 second. I know all that. Yeah, everything that they build is built on a lie again because they stole from people in the first place. You know what I mean? They've done that all from slavery. But what they've come and created in their own country, yeah, is that something that's also included in our deen? Like these laws that they set up in their country.
Most of the good laws, I think most of the good things that they do here, like welfare, came from Islam. Most of the good things came from Islam.
Are they doing it though?
Max,
are they doing it here?
Max, let me answer that question for you. We're the ones who came looking for peace in their own countries, so not really. They don't give a shit about no one. Wallahi, you're right.
We don't disagree on that. It's just I'm just trying to make some points in it.
Absolutely, we're the ones who particularly came looking for peace in their own country. You understand what I'm saying? Look, go to the British Museum, yeah? Look at their history. Everything is stolen. Wallahi, everything is stolen.
Hey, Max, you had Rodriguez, you had a point. Do you want to carry on?
Yeah, I'm just saying, look, the way they basically done their system, they used the good of basically and set up laws and they done this, yeah. We can do that with government and we can also have our deen as well at the same time. No one can take the deen from you, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to read this verse that in Ragwan accent just put up.
Which one? This one here?
Yeah, and whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed in his. basically, I think it's upon us as Muslims to rule by Sharia. Accepting anything else but Sharia is
100%. Otherwise, you'll be a munafiq. You don't practice what you believe.
Yeah.
That's why Christianity is basically
You know
destroying that in
the
the West.
British Catholics.
You know
the British Catholic. They have a major priest. Yeah, there was a guy before the lady here that's running now in London. There's a lady who runs London right now, like the major priest on London. You know, like the biggest priest in London, right? It's a woman. It's a lesbo. But listen, before that, it was a man. Do you know what he said? And he lost his job for. Do you know what he said? He said there has to be some things we have to take away from that Sharia law in order to keep the peace in our society. Wallahi,
So they-
that's this he said. And he lost his job for that. I swear to God, that's one statement he said, and he lost his job. About 2 weeks later, he was gone. He retired, he resigned, and he left.
Hey.
One word he said.
They're saying the P40. They're sending me his P40. They said, yo, you're fired.
P65, man. Shit. This thing was out on the scene.
Yeah, but Maxi, you want to defend your point about secularism?
No, bro, I'm not defending nothing, bro. I'm just putting points and ideas there, like, you know what I mean. I'm not saying like, I'm taking things, I'm brainstorming it, and I'm trying to see, in a sense, what I'm hearing as well, like, these law are ruling by Sharia law, but they don't want to call it Sharia law as well. You know what
listen, there's no nation in this world that can live by the Sharia law. The Sharia law is black and white, and we live in a rainbow world. We like things like relaxed here and there. Well, let's be honest. Yeah, come on, let's be honest about it, man. We wanna.
That's true, man. That's true.
I got my opinions in this Western society and the propaganda and manipulation is going on.
We grew up in it. We got used to it. We grew up in it. We got used to it. There's some things I love by it. Wallahi, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's certain things I really love by it, and there's certain things I really hate about it. But you know, it's life. If law came into force, it would be very hard for the whole world to live by. Wallahi, I'm telling you.
What, Sharia law?
Yeah, wallahi, it'd be extremely hard because chop your hand off if you steal an apple. Come on, G.
Well, that's the thing as well. What Sharia law comes from Hadith or comes from Quran?
Wait, can I say something?
Quran,
The chopping hand thing. You know the chopping hand thing, yeah? That's going to happen. It's not like, for example, if someone's poor and they steal something, that person's hand's not going to get chopped off because they're going to find out the reason why. This person's really hungry, he's poor.
The court would blame, in Sharia law, the court will blame the community where he lives in and say,
yes,
how come he's that hungry?
Exactly, yeah.
Steal something.
Yeah, but if someone's rich, let's say someone's a millionaire and he steals an apple, then that's a different issue.
What,
you know,
De Gea went to Tesco. De Gea, who's a goalkeeper in Manchester United, he went to Tesco to steal a sandwich.
People like that, then they deserve it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But brothers, what I'm trying to say, is Sharia law is like, it depends on how you need scholars to implement this. I can't implement it. You need people who have PhDs.
Man is making $1 million a month and he still stole a Tesco sandwich.
So what were you trying to say? There's disputes and how it's going to be implemented. There's things that are...
Yeah, you need professionals to do it.
If something's coming from the Hadith as well.
Listen, like they say in Sharia law, yeah, and naagta dil lagu qabto nin kale iyadoo la jifto kale naagtaadoo kale ama naaga qabtid ama qofa qabtid. You understand what I'm saying? Nin kale la saxatay. Do you know how many makhrati I need as a person?
Okay.
Live witnesses, man.
I need
You have to
4
actually see
people.
the act.
Who walks
They have to
around
see
with
them
4
having
people?
sex.
Who walks around with 4 people? Yeah.
You see, Islam's mercy, brothers, man. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, our Lord, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He doesn't want to punish us. He's just trying to make sure there's boundaries. Look at the Western societies now. They don't have boundaries now. They don't even know what gender they are. They identify as it. I don't know. Or you find a guy that says, I feel like a girl today.
Pronoun.
Honestly,
guy.
do you know what I think about it? I think
pronouns.
it should be classified as a mental illness. Anyone
And then,
that's a
and then
woman
you get a
saying that
person
they
who
feel
says,
like a man.
I'm multi-sexist. I'm a man 1 minute and I'm a woman the next minute.
I think it's a
I'm
mental
something.
illness. I really think it's a mental illness.
Bros, let me tell you something. If you want Somalia to be a strong, healthy country, then you need Sharia, because that's going to implement a strong, healthy society. But if you want Somalia to be like one of these degenerate, decaying Western societies, then go ahead, go and implement Western values, and let's see how that ends up. Then you're going to see your sister saying, "I feel like a man."
Implement Sharia law, a new Holocaust will happen. We're dead. We're all gonna die.
Yes.
We're all gonna
Okay, let me show you. Let me show you, bros, one more example. Let me show you.
Saudi Arabia.
Let me show you, brother. Yeah.
Or didn't it's not even ready for Sharia law.
Exactly. Let me show you guys one more example of the mercy of Islam. If you compare Somalia to, let's say Somalia is a Muslim country, right? If you compare Somalia to another African country that's not Muslim, check out the HIV rates, man. You see, because like I don't know, 10 years ago there was like an epidemic, there was a crisis
symptoms. That's what I'm saying.
massive people, like for example, South Africa, you know, these countries.
Oh, well, you're right.
Massive people died.
Let me say something. Let me say something. Compared to UK, just UK, only UK. Wallahi, HIV in UK and AIDS and all this is fucking more than Somalia. I swear to God.
SubhanAllah, there you go. They have better education. They have better healthcare system.
Another question, guys.
You know, cancer.
Another question. Still.
What does this thing say? People can't even agree on their interpretations of religion. It's so ridiculous to say we should incorporate it into a country's laws and politics. So, bros, what do you think about this? What Ifteen D is trying to say about people can't even, agree on? What do you guys think? Is she making sense? What she says?
And she's kind of making sense. Yeah, I mean, if it's not the right interpretation of the Sharia, and like they're gonna, but basically the rulers are gonna be sort of like corrupt or like and.
And Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam told you before he died. He said to you, there is 73 versions of my religion, 83 versions of Christianity, 93 of Judaism. Please, let's not be around the corner. Let's just be honest about it. Well, we do not have interpretations of one thing, and we have different interpretations. Everybody's bringing something to this table, and their view is more important than the other people's view. End of the story. The more
but can I add one thing to that? One thing, because like I think we got a huge problem. For example, but if someone wants to be a doctor, can you be a doctor straight away? Or do you have to have years of training and qualification? Well, if any Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to be a sheikh, they come without no qualification and they start preaching and telling people what to do. For example,
there's a woman scholar who really believes, she can lead the the Friday prayer. Not only that, she's the imam.
SubhanAllah, say that.
In the mosque. She actually literally believes she's the imam because there's no man in that city better than her.
She's got some feminism mixed with Islam.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You see where I'm coming from?
Oh, allow the rumors, man.
No, wallah, I'm being honest. Wallah, go check it out yourself. Google it.
Please, I don't have any time for any gossip now.
Wallah, check it out.
Yes.
There's a woman.
But this was also happening in New York City, man. There was a woman. They had some woman imam in a small little room. They called him a masjid in New York City.
Yeah.
Bros, what I'm trying to say is we need people who are qualified, years of training to be our sheikhs, religious leaders. We don't need some person who doesn't even know how to read or write, call himself a sheikh, who doesn't know nothing about Islam. Go to Speaker's Corner, you find out some people that are not even educated, man, acting like they know stuff. Look at Bukhari. You know Sahih Bukhari. We need people like that. How long he's been learning the deen since he was a kid, memorizing all the hadith.
Khalid, what was his name? That guy, okay. What's that guy's name, man?
What guy?
The Salafi man, the polyester nigga, man. What's that nigga who comes there?
The polyester gang.
The
It's bare
polyester
polyester
gang.
gang. The polyester gang. Polyester gang. We're doing it. Which one?
Polyester is not even real. It's a polyester, bro.
Yeah. Listen, the polyester gang. Go on, AKS. Carry on, bro.
So what I'm trying to say is, brothers, we have a serious problem. Like, if I want to, can I call myself a doctor today? People laugh at me. I'll go to prison. You know, the government put me to prison if I open a clinic and say I'm a doctor, because I don't have the qualifications. Why are we letting people? Why are we letting people that are not even qualified, not even educated, trying to be religious leaders?
Mm-hmm.
Because up to we live in a world where everything is possible. We live in a place where
but you've got religious leaders in Saudi Arabia
that
don't want to speak.
Where the fake can become real, and the real become fake.
Yeah, I swear, don't we not have no ulamas in Saudi Arabia like that? That literally that are followed all over the world.
No,
But
really,
they don't
really.
speak. They don't speak on anything. There was one.
They're all dead.
Was it not? Okay, was it not one that said like Bin Salman and George Bush are helping the Muslim people?
You're talking about Hamza Yusuf. I think you're talking about Hamza Yusuf.
No, the one that does the, you know, when it's Ramadan. Every time we see that, and he does the.
Bro, just be careful. Let's not say anything about the scholars, man.
I don't know who he is, but I've heard.
Case.
Yeah.
Let me answer that question you asked me last. Yeah, we live in a world where fake people can become real, and real people become fake.
It's true. There's a hadith about that at the end of times, man.
Well, end of times.
End of times. We find the lowest leading people.
Nagi Nagi, they give them birth to their own managers.
SubhanAllah.
You cannot tell a kid buy these trainers. No, ma, I want this trainer.
You find a kid who trusts his friends more than his own dad.
Yeah. Wallah,
that's in the hadith, and it's happening now.
It has happening. Look, do you know
say
what?
That again, KS?
People used to go and see their aunties.
I'll repeat that to you.
Yeah. Repeat that again.
They used to go and visit people. Now you have to make an appointment. You have to make a phone call. Say I'm coming that day.
Bro, I'm just going to repeat what I said, Musa. Was it Musa Rocks or Maxi? It was basically, it's a hadith. It's a hadith that talks about the end of times. This hadith basically says, a young man would trust his friends more than his dad. Because this was unknown back in the days. Back in the days, like, you know, a boy had a closer relationship with his dad than his friends. But now, in modern times, you see a kid who has a closer relationship with his friends rather than his own dad.
And if you're gonna call hadith, it's
the whole family.
The thing.
No, Sahih Bukhari. But you're right, Khalid.
You have to, I don't want to miss that. You know.
But you heard of this hadith, right?
Yeah. I'll give me 1 second. I'll come back to you. SS. I'll come back to you about real. After now, Somaliland, Marki, or night in Nigerian Musoglis are real things. Come on, man.
No, actually, you know what? But Khalid's got a point. We have to be careful when it comes to Deen to
You're bullying, man.
Because I'm not qualified. So if I could say something wrong, and I might spread the
misinformation. You know what it is?
I understand
that.
You don't understand that. I'm gonna get the hadith right now. Wallah, I'm gonna bring the hadith right now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm gonna bring the hadith right now. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll send it to you. Give me a second.
Yeah, Khalid, what are you gonna say? You were gonna say something.
I was gonna say no. It's but the other day he made a claim. We had to correct him. I think he's heated about that since, you know them ones.
Oh, okay.
So
about what? Okay. About what? Go ahead.
No, it's that cold. Like we had to correct it. I feel some animosity. I felt some heat there. I feel like, whoa, what's going on? No, all I said is wait.
Somaliland did everything, but they forgot Nigerian missionaries stuck up in their own country. Oh shit!
I know. You're having a field day.
Taking their kids.
saying that
Oh, Lord.
there was the vetting process was poor. It happens. Blah, blah, blah. You know the one.
I'm gonna hit it back. Of
I don't.
course I am. Come on, bro.
Just because I beat up,
I
just
know.
because I have one of your,
If it can
just
happen
because
to
I
you, it
have
can happen
one of
to
your,
all of us.
you know it
Why
is
it
as
can
well
happen to
because
all
one
of
of your
us.
little
Believe
cousins.
me.
I think you
I'm
sent
only
out one
joking
of your
with
little
you.
cousins to me in Speaker's Corner, innit? Yeah, I know where the heat's coming from. Right, let's carry on. Let's
Say
carry
that
on, my
again.
friend. Let's carry on. All I asked you for is just reference. All I
One
said
of my
is, you know, if
cousins.
you're gonna quote something, listen. All I
Well,
want is
yeah.
just support. That's all I
KS,
want to
listen.
ask KS for.
Anybody who wants to listen to it, anybody who wants to listen to the quote you gave here, anybody who's interested in it, anybody who wants to research about it, please go and read the books. Do not talk to us. Do not let us Google it. Bloody Google belongs to fucking foreigners. Listen to me. Go back to
100%.
the books. Go and learn about it. Read it the
No,
hard way.
all we're asking for is a quote.
I don't
That's
have
it.
to prove nothing to you. I do not have to prove nothing to you. Nothing, absolutely nothing to you. Either you take it as it is. If you don't want to take it, go and search yourself. Why should I search for it? I've already done my research, and I came to my own conclusion. It's your
No, but you're
turn now.
sharing enemy there. No, what the fuck?
Brothers, someone brought out Somaliland. What happened with Somaliland with the school thing? How does this relate to Afghanistan and women's rights? Does anyone?
How could I have a well,
Huh?
yeah, no, shake a mortgage, man. Mortgage. Wallahi, shake a mortgage, man. Magala joke. Oh my god, this
So,
okay,
everyone, quickly recap your opinion.
He gave him the opportunity. He wanted so badly to go into that.
No, go ahead. He missed the stream the other day. Go ahead. The other day, the floor is all yours, my brother. The floor is all yours. Let him have the floor.
Nothing like that. Nothing like that. I'm just not about SS. Yeah, one thing I like about SS is nice. Wallahi, he drops it like it is, and I respect that, my guy, for that. One thing I'll tell you, one night he put this thing, and he showed me. I was shocked. I never had an idea this was happening in Somaliland. Wallahi, I never had an idea it was happening in Somaliland. But when he showed me, I said, "Bambakla, what am I gonna joke? Somaliland, they're getting bullied by Nigerian missionaries, left, right, and center, bro. Taking the kids. What half of the Quran, balahadaya." Oh my God, a heart attack. If it could happen to them, it could happen to any one of us. Wallah, I'm telling you.
Go ahead. What are you saying? Bootland's
No,
next.
Wallahi, I'm serious.
Denny, Denny likes to dance around on the stages.
I'm surprised we're not even so good. There's no good around there. Wallahi, I'm surprised.
We say it might be going on in Portland, you know.
Yeah, probably is. Probably is, but I'm serious. If it can happen to Somaliland, we're fucked too.
Abdi,
if it can
we
happen
have to
to
be
Somaliland, where are
integral
we?
too.
Come on.
The integrity, wallah. We have to look after. If we're gonna scrutinize everywhere has to be on the table. Everyone's on the table, as usual.
But guys, look what's happening to the Somali region in Jigjiga. I had like this. I don't know. I don't want to say anything negative about our Christian brothers, but for a region that's entirely Muslim, there's like so many churches there, man. What do you guys think about that?
I think they ain't got no choice, innit?
Dinta waqtigood waa dhamaatay. Christianity up to we don't say nothing. But waqtigood wuu dhamaaday.
I think Ethiopia is a Christian country, isn't it?
It's mixed, isn't it?
We live in
a
mixed.
I think it's mixed, man. It's multiple faith, innit? So if there's a
it's
Knesset,
true,
there's a mosque. If there's a mosque, there's a Knesset. I think that's how it goes in Ethiopia.
So, what do you guys think? Should churches be allowed in Somalia? What do you think? Generally,
No, not at all, mate. Not at all. With the percentage of Somalis, 99,
Yeah,
almost 99. You get me?
No, listen.
I'll come back to you guys. Hold up the
Don't be like that. For foreigners, yeah. Not for Somalis.
What do you mean?
Not for
Build build churches for foreigners.
For foreigners.
No, he said for foreigners, yes. Yeah.
No, we're not gonna build them. Let them fucking.
Yeah.
Let them build it themselves. Let them waste the money. Let us pay them taxes. We'll charge them extras and everything. Yeah, for foreigners, but we don't believe in Somalis.
We don't believe in any other religion than Islam.
Exactly. I see a big propaganda
absolutely.
getting pushed in.
But we cannot go. Look, as a Somalian in the UK, they welcomed us. They let us build mosques. Did they give us any funding for the mosque? No.
No, I was saying, should we let them build a church with their own money?
You understand?
Any church they want, any place. Yeah, why not? I think that makes sense because, like, they let us.
Not any place. Not any place.
Maybe probably major cities. Yeah.
Certain place. No, major cities in central, just like they did to us in Baker Street. The only central we have in London is Baker Street. We don't have a mosque. That's Baker Street. Yeah, I know. Baker Street Mosque. That's the only mosque we have. Where else do we have it?
Nowhere
Do you
else.
have one next to the Trafalgar Square?
Yeah.
No. Do you have one next to Victoria Station? No.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So yes, we can't let them build it. But certain areas. Pagan areas.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, it's it's
what goes around comes around. Up in this life, what goes around comes around. I learned from them. I do the same thing they did to me.
Exactly.
I will not shave my head and be a skinhead black guy, skinhead, and say, I'm against white people. I will never do that.
No, we're not that. We're open people, and that's what. Okay.
Yeah.
We're Muslims, but we're open people.
Yeah, we've got a lot more to offer them. Up to what they can offer money, and there's a lot more in their country than there is in their country.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Have you realized that in the world, all the resources of the world is in Africa, but
someone mentioned what's happening in Niger, what France is doing to West African countries.
Yeah, but this is the question I've got. Yeah, normally, the whole resources of the world is in Africa, but it doesn't get manufactured in Africa. It's not allowed to be manufactured in Africa.
But turn your camera. Yeah, but your camera's on. Turn off.
Yeah, but the camera's on.
Yeah,
guys, I was going to say, you're right, Maxi. So, inshallah, alhamdulillah, I'm really happy for what's happening. It looks like the war in Afghanistan is coming to an end. And I just hope, may Allah give them peace and unity and, may they be successful because, they've been through so much. And now it looks like, alhamdulillah, things are coming together. It just depends on what the Taliban do as a government, if they're inclusive, So, but I have good hopes, inshallah, that they're going to be in a better situation than they were before.
You sound optimistic, innit? Like, really optimistic, like.
Better than the previous government. No,
I mean, like in a sense where they're gonna be let to carry on like that, like you really sound optimistic in that sense. Even though it's what I wish for them, the same thing that you wish for them, but I'm not optimistic about that point.
Maxi, you also have to realize that I think most of the Afghan people support them. Most of them.
Fully, yes, 100%. They'll probably have a better life now with Afghanistan, less corruption than the last previous government.
Yeah, but it's kind of disappointing. Like even Afghanistan is a better situation than us. Somalia's messed up. I think they've got a better chance than Somalia now.
100%.
At least they fixed up their. Yeah. And now there's only one winner.
Yeah. I'm glad they got the title like this is a graveyard for all fucking Allah.
Those people are warriors, man. The Afghans.
Yeah, what's the title they got? Like a graveyard of
Empires.
Empires.
Graveyard of Empires. Yeah. Empires, these people are tough. I think Yabali even mentioned that they fought the Mongols. They actually fought the Mongols, man. These people, they're tough. The Afghani people.
Yeah, they're born.
Someone pointed out that they're originally from. They're like the descendants of Alexander the Great's army. When Alexander conquered the world.
Yeah.
And he conquered Persia. Most of his army, they're settled in Afghanistan. So most of them actually descend
Descendants
Most
of-
of them are the descendants from Alexander's army. Alexander the Great's army.
Okay.
That's why they look a bit different. Have you seen the way they look?
Yeah, they got all types of sorts. They got like
Some of them look like kind of like a bit white, more white than their neighbors, more white than the Iranians or the Pakistanis or those. Have you noticed the way they look? Some of them got blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah, they got the
Some of the
eyes. I
tribes.
was gonna say that they got them cocoa. Yeah, them white people's eyes.
So that can probably explain like Alexander the Great's army. They're like the descendants. So they're tough people, mashallah.
Mashallah,
You know,
yeah.
they're one of the
Yeah.
first people to embrace Islam when the message came, and since that time, they've been firm. They love Islam. They're, you know,
They are.
just like the Somalis, just like us. I think we love Islam, don't they?
Yeah. And
If anyone says,
I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but I think the way they won is because they got this connection with the tribal elders. This is what the Americans were so shocked, because the way it is with Afghanistan people, they work on the tribal system, innit? And the Taliban are really good at connecting them and getting all the tribal elders to be on board with whatever they want to do, and that's how they work. Yeah.
Now let's be honest. Yeah, in Iraq, in Somalia, in Libya, anywhere America attacked, they went for the governments. Yeah, but in Afghanistan, they didn't go for the Taliban's. They were going for the coal, minerals, and everything else. They were not interested in Taliban. They knew they cannot win against them because the whole country is bloody Taliban.
Or
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
And
Well,
through
they
tribal.
indoctrinated that. It's in their blood. The old Taliban. Let them do what they're doing.
They're tough people, these people. They're warriors.
Very tough. Honestly, very tough. Because if you look at history, up the King Khan era, I went back all the way to King Khan. And then the next nation who tried to take over them was the USSR.
Before that,
And
the
then
British, even the British Empire tried on them.
The British tried on them, yeah.
The British got
even
crushed.
the British
They're the
tried.
first empire.
Yeah,
was
they got
British,
clapped.
then came the
They got
Russians.
clapped. All of them got clapped. All of them got clapped, bro. All I'm saying is, yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. I think America did not go there for Taliban. America was a bit smart. Do you know what they went for? Resources, minerals, things like that. They had weaponries in order to hold them back a bit so they can eat as much as they can, which they did. Look at Tesla. He's becoming the world's richest man today.
Amazing, isn't it?
Because of
he started from nothing. He just started in his just by himself. As a kid. And now look at him.
Look at him now.
Tesla guy.
Do you know what they used to call him as a kid? A madman. Right, they used certified nutter.
Oh.
That's what he was.
What did he do? Was it his behavior or something, or his dreams? Or?
No, it's the way he was thinking. It was out of this, the way we believe. You know, what we call insane and insanity. He was in between the borderline. Sometimes his views was insane. And sometimes he was sane. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, man. You know, I just wish I invested on that Bitcoin thing when it first came out in the 2000s. You know, I think you get one for 3p.
With the money? What would you do with the money?
No, I'm just trying to say though, like if you look at the tech opportunities,
You got rich out of it. What would you do with the money? You're only gonna buy a Ferrari, which is you can't carry a whole family.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, but I don't know. People kill for money, bro. Man, money's not a joke. You know that. People kill for money.
Success is a very lonely place. Wallahi, success is a very lonely place. A successful being in this Western world.
How do you know that, man?
Wallahi, it's a very lonely place.
That's a fallacious statement to say, you know.
No, well, I'm serious.
I think Yabade's got a point. Yabade's got a point. Because like, if you guys hear Paris Hilton,
in a bit, my bro. Take care.
Yabade, you got a point. Yabade, you got a point. If you have you guys heard of Paris Hilton? She feels lonely, man.
Yeah, but she's a dog, man.
No, but she's almost a billionaire. She's almost a billionaire, but she says every guy she meets is jealous of her.
A billionaire.
Nah, it's because no. I
A
reckon.
billionaire
Alright,
eating McDonald's. What does that tell you?
A billionaire is that Warren Buffett you're talking about? Because he says I have breakfast.
Warren Buffett drinking Coca-Cola.
I don't believe him. He doesn't drink Coca-Cola. You can't live till 8. You can't be 80 years old. You can't reach 80 and live drinking Coca-Cola.
But he's being honest,
he's got shares.
man. He's calling his truth.
No, he
He's
owns
calling
like
his
some
truth.
stocks in Coca-Cola. He's trying to promote his product.
Yeah. No, he ain't drinking LSAs or he ain't drinking them champs that 10,000 things and 15 grand bottles and that. He ain't drinking that. He's drinking normal Diet Cola. Shit. In the can. Eating McDonald's. Oh my God.
Come on.
No
Yeah, he
steaks
kept his
made
up.
like, custom made steaks or custom made dinners.
Abdi says getting
Abdi,
rich
it's a
overnight.
very lonely place to be.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
What about this?
it's a very lonely place to be. You just don't want to hit that certain level. And even, you know, wahan chalai middle life, somewhere in the middle.
That's
where
what
you're not
Islam
hungry
says.
enough.
Islam always says middle's the best.
Yeah.
That's what the Prophet
When you're
says.
not hungry,
Middle.
when you're hungry, you got enough money to feed yourself.
Mhm.
When you need something, you can buy it. When you can do anything, but no excessive, money.
I hear
You know what I'm
you,
saying?
but you
How
shouldn't
long
not
did
be
it
scared
teach,
to be
man?
ambitious, though. If you're
No,
ambitious and
you can
you
be
kind of made
ambitious.
it and
You can be as much as
you are
rich as you want.
successful.
Oh, the sky is the limit. You know why people say the sky is the limit? My ass, bro. Listen, Quran kind of a rich man to get to heaven. A rich man, a man who dies rich, yeah,
He's
to
gonna be
get
the
to
last
heaven.
person to heaven.
It's like a needle thread. Can a camel get through a needle thread?
Wait. Let's repeat that again. Yeah, you said a rich man to go to heaven is like a needle in a haystack. Is it a needle? A camel?
No,
Camel going through a needle.
needle thread. A camel going through a needle thread.
No, I think you got confused with one. That's a kafir. You know, a kafir person. A kafir
That's
going to
rich
heaven.
man. Simply, that's just simple rich man.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, but then, like, you see quotes, Adugu, we need to verify your quotes.
No, wait, one thing,
We
Khalid,
need
yeah?
to verify your quotes.
Let's make one thing clear. You can be rich. You can be rich and a
Yeah,
Muslim.
I cannot clarify my quotes for people who are uneducated. Go read the books.
No, see, this
Wait,
is
bros. One thing I heard, yeah, is
that's
like
super arrogant.
if you die rich,
Like,
Khalid, if you die rich, if you die rich, you're gonna be like the last person to enter heaven. You know, the poor people go to heaven first before you.
Absolutely right.
You know that.
But then again, why would he lie? I don't suggest no, but I'm saying no. But I'm saying think about it. Yeah, I don't suggest it. You made something out of
bring a
nothing,
quote.
and
We
you're a righteous person.
Let's be honest. K, what you gonna do
I'm
with
just
my
saying,
quote? I
look,
bring a
at the
quote.
end
What
of
you
the day,
gonna do
the
with my
brother
quote? You're gonna
corrected
believe
you.
it?
No, brother,
You're
I'm
not
just
gonna
saying.
investigate it further, are you?
Look, in Islam, you can be rich and a Muslim.
See?
Are you gonna investigate it further?
In Islam, you can be rich.
Look at brother Bashir said it as
I
well, bro.
studied.
No, bro, the camel going through the
Alhamdulillah.
needle is about. Yeah, you see, Bashir said the same thing
Wallahi,
as me.
alhamdulillah.
It's a
Come on,
kafir.
fam. See, was I right, guys? Was I right to pull up Yabba there and say,
I think we're all right. Wallahi, we're human beings.
We're correcting each other, bro.
We're correcting each other. You're right. Your buddy is right. I'm wrong. You're
But he's
wrong.
taking it
Your buddy is
personally. That's
wrong.
what
We
I'm
make
saying.
mistakes.
We
No,
make
he's not. He's
mistakes,
not. We're
bro.
just chilling. We're just chilling. But what I'm trying to say, bro, is you can be rich and you can be a Muslim. Our religion is not communism. You know what I mean? You don't have to be poor to be a good Muslim.
Impossible.
Look at one of the best.
It's
You know,
impossible.
one of the best Muslims are rich. You know, Abu Bakr, your Umar, your all these Sahabas. You know they were rich, man.
How rich was Abu Bakr?
Huh?
Well, how rich was he when he died?
But he gave everything away just before he died. That's what they do. Just before
Listen to this. Listen to this. Look, he's backtracking himself right now.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Just before they died, they make
He
sure they
gave
give everything away
before he
to
died.
the poor.
Yeah, come on. He
But when
wasn't
they were
rich, though,
living, when
when
they
he
were
died,
alive, they were
wasn't
rich. When they're alive, they were rich, man.
he? In their life, yeah, but he used to free
See, this is
slaves.
what I love about brother Bashir, man. Jazakallah, brother Bashir. خير الله كل another. Well, I'm beautiful brother, mashallah, man.
And you believe
Reference
his
his
quote
quote.
without investigating his quote.
I trust him.
No, you trust him. See, this is the
I trust
issue.
him. He's doing
That's
it
the
for the
issue.
sake of
If you're gonna
I
investigate
did
me,
that.
if you're gonna ask me
Just look
for
at
a
it.
quote,
The eye is there.
no, if
That's
you're
what I'm
gonna ask
saying.
me for a quote, no, wallahi billahi, K. Let's be honest. If you're gonna ask me for a quote, ask him for a quote. When he gives you the quote, go investigate. This is the world, the way of the life. Aniga, alhamdulillah, yeah, when I came to the UK, there was no mobile phones. Bro, there was libraries
Yeah, there was
every
no
corner.
internet.
There was no
You had to
internet.
do proper
I never
research
had
in the
no internet in
library.
my house. There was one internet computer in the library, and there was books.
I mean,
So
I never trust the
every
internet.
time the internet was busy,
Yeah,
I used to read books. I
100%,
studied.
100%, proper research.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed reading it, and I kept going back for it. It's up to you, man, to make that sacrifice, bro.
You're right, 100%. Yabili is 100% right. What Yabili is trying to say is, like, you can't rely on the internet. You can't rely on the internet.
Like, you cannot tell me your boy thing is real and what I'm telling you is fake. You never investigated both of them. We're
Brother,
standing
you
on a
made
boat.
a quote, you made a statement, my brother, innit? Yeah. We all said
Come
no,
on,
but
G.
what as well, you're Khalid. Khalid باكل staying the kitchen so I said things brother. All I asked you is well, where's the quote? I get Kente. The other brother pulled you up. I said,
The
alright,
quote
cool.
Kadoxi,
Hey, bro.
I asked a question. Mahakus
I'm
Mensa
gonna look
quote
it up.
Kadoxi. Are you
Right now,
going
I'm
to
gonna look it up.
investigate it further?
I'm gonna
Oh,
look it up right now.
you're
Let me
going to
go
look
ahead,
it up
go on.
because I said it now. You're not going to look it up because your boy said it and you said I trust him. But you don't trust me when I say the quote. You're being biased right now. You just don't
It's
like
not
black
being
people with no hair. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, cool. Nah, man. I'm just saying, well, we have to fact check things, and we just said pull it up. And you took it a
You
wrong
don't
way.
like
Nah,
being a point, innit? You don't like being put on the spot, bro.
Nah, of course I enjoy it. Well, make sure that my
Wallahi,
camera
I'm
faces out
serious.
here.
Wallahi,
But
okay,
I'm holding my
I'm
square.
being honest with you,
I've
man.
asked you something.
Wallahi, I
No,
like
I feel
all of
like
you.
it. Do you know what it is? I feel like, do you know what it is?
Wallahi, I'm telling you the truth.
I feel like we're
Any
not on
quote,
bullshit.
any man tells you anything, go investigate. Test it out. Learn about it.
True.
Read the
Always
books.
investigate.
Take
Okay, if
time.
we look it up here, if we look it up and verify it to you, and you're in the wrong, will you? You're gonna retract your statement? Well, clarify
Okay,
because the other day
then
we
I'll
did that
bring
for
my
you.
quotes. Then I'll bring my quotes.
Bro,
Talk
what's
about
this
quotes
quote?
are
It's
worth
not a
your
quote.
something.
It's surah. It's
No,
ayah,
my
isn't it?
quotes are worth something.
Yeah, it's the
Is it
camel
not
Go
ayah?
on, actually, go on.
It's an ayah. You just put it there. Surah ayah.
Nah,
Yeah.
bro, the
Yeah, I
camel
will
going
put
through
my
the
eye.
needle was
If I
about
put my eye there, what you gonna
kafir
do
at
though?
Jannah.
Huh?
What you gonna put? I can
Okay.
put any Arabic ayah there right now. Would you believe me or not?
Do we have to verify it?
Yeah, but I don't
Oh,
see
how
why
would you
anybody
verify?
will put.
You only verify my one though. You don't verify your brother Bashir.
No, you didn't put no. You didn't put no ayah there. You didn't even mention the ayah though.
Oh, but she didn't make
Oh,
that
I'm not
statement.
gonna
You
mention
made that
nothing to you,
statement,
man.
my brother.
I'm gonna
And
tell
we
you
already said,
ideas. I'm gonna
alright,
open
man.
your eyes to something, and you're gonna investigate yourself.
No, but
That's
what's
the
more
whole idea.
believable to me would be someone that mentioned it with the ayah. He would say, "Oh, this, and that comes from that ayah, that surah."
Thank you.
That's it. And then Makas
Now,
was
do you know it's Bashiri, Maxi? This
Yeah.
guy, he made a profound statement one day. MashaAllah, Allah Yahadik, sister talk, clock tea, wala arki, ayedi Quran kiwi, وأنا concluding now, sit on the maha, yabba kidda, you know the ones, brother. And then he's done it once or twice, numerous times, isn't it? So all I had to ask him is, brother, you know you're on a live, that's what could get some career.
Yeah.
If you're gonna make something like that, it's a live. Remember that off boy could run away with this information.
Information, true.
Please, I didn't talk. I had the reference to Suna, Meshkek, and Nudi, and that's it.
That's true.
And that's all we're doing. Like right now,
Yeah,
brother,
yeah, that's
Bashir dropped
exactly.
it.
Well,
He
that's
said,
exactly
"Here's
what.
the reference."
Yeah,
It's
that's
the
exactly
ayah.
what he did.
Will
Yeah.
you?
Egg. I
No,
know egg,
but
my
listen,
brothers and sisters.
Maxi, Wallah is right. K is right. When I put the IS there, when I put everything there, yeah, not one man investigated it.
Why?
You know what I'm saying?
We're not gonna. Oh yeah, you may look into the ayah even further. Like.
You have to. You can't just believe what I say. You have to search it yourself, bro. That's what it says. That's what it's been taught to you. That's what the idea is behind it.
Another verse for you, right there.
Quran 7:40. Indeed, those who deny our verses are arrogant towards them. The gates of heaven will not be open for them, nor will they enter paradise until a camel enters into the eye of a needle. I think probably the last bit.
Look, do you know what they put? Quran 7.40.
40, yeah.
7.40. Indeed, those who deny our verses are arrogant toward them. The gates of heaven will never be open to them, for them, nor will they enter paradise until the camel enter their eyes.
Yeah.
The eye of what? The eye of what?
Needle.
A needle.
Well, I can't see that bit. I cannot investigate.
Okay.
That don't exist to me. I'm saying.
Yeah, but the needle's right there, man.
No, wallahi billahi, be honest. I agree with my nigga. I like the ayah. Nice one for picking it up. But 7.40, that's not making no sense. He's saying 7.40 in the English terms. Do you know what that means? You man, tell me, what does that mean on the panel? Go on. 7.40. What does that mean?
7.40.
Yeah.
I'm lost.
It's the surah and
you-
ayah. Ayah.
Oh, the
ayah
surah.
and
Yeah.
It's the ayah and the surah.
No. What ayah? And what's ayah and what's the surah? Which number is the surah and which is the ayah? He never showed us the verse. Remember, yeah? He never showed us the verse. He showed you the juz and the surah. And what number the ayah
surah.
is, but he never showed you.
It's the 40th ayah, and this is 7th surah.
The 7th surah, the 40th of ayah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he said. No, I agree with the Amex. That's exactly what he said. The 7th surah, 40th of ayah. Yeah?
Yeah.
Surah to Arafat. Now he's talking. Look. Now he's talking. Surah to Arafat. The 7th surah, 40th ayah. Yeah, and complete the ayah then, Bashir. I'm chewing tonight, yeah. All right, you are bless. I tell you the truth, I'm chewing. You know, Nick runti nishiga always chewing. That's life. Wallah, I'm in pain. I came from work. I have a big bad pain. Yeah. I took a really strong painkiller. That's it. Wallahi, billahi, nothing else. I'm laying on my bed and it hurts like hell. My new job is a joiner. I do joining things, you know what I'm saying?
Verse 2. So, bros, I was just going to say, so back to Afghanistan and Somalia, I was just going to point out there's a lot of similarities between the Afghani people and Somali people. You know?
No, they ain't. There's nothing.
For example, they're both
Afghan
love
people
Islam.
have traditions. They have beliefs. They have things they stick to. We don't have nothing.
One thing we have, I think,
we have Somaliland, we have Puntland, we have Djibouti, we have fucked up countries, bro.
I think, but to be fair, I think both Somaliland and Puntland, they're trying their best. They're doing really well considering the difficult circumstances that they are in. I think the problem now is mainly in the South Somalia.
Well, you could say that. We're all blaming on South Somalia, bro.
Wallahi, that's the truth, bro. That place is messed up, man. No leadership.
No, it is.
Because the population is a lot more. There's the population and diversity.
We run away. Do you know why? Do you know why there's an issue in South Somalia? Because Puntland went on their own, yeah? And Somaliland went on their own. End of story. That's the reason why there is issue in South.
I think because the diversity in the South, the population is a lot more bigger. You got a lot more different people. You got a lot more different cultures or different different groups in the South. You know what I mean. So
I hear you.
Someone said Somali speakers.
No,
Oh
I
man,
hear you.
don't change the topic now. Stick to it on him.
No,
What are you talking
brother.
about?
Like, yeah, brother. Now, all I know, the brother, he's gonna go back and read the references. Hopefully, he's gonna come back and clarify his thing. You don't want. He can't be that staunch, then. Yeah. But maybe some people just don't like to be corrected. You know. You get where I'm coming from. And guys, on that note, yeah, I'm gonna call it a There he is. He's back again. Yeah, brother.
No, we got. What did you say? Okay.
We'll do another 10 minutes for you.
10 minutes.
We'll do another last 10 minutes of the show.
Can I drop some quotes on you, man?
Just drop what you want to drop. I'm gonna come back though.
No, well, for real. Can I drop something to you, like real life? No, I'm gonna drop you real things here. I'll be honest with you, man. Either listen to me or question me afterwards. All right? Just don't question me while I do it. Okay? I'm gonna tell you the truth. In this life, yeah, you're only gonna be judged, yeah, for what you did, your deeds. Do you know what will go in the grave with you?
Your deeds.
It's your deeds.
Your deeds. That's all.
No profits, no money you made, no nothing.
No house, no car.
No family, nothing. Just your deeds. Yeah? Your only deeds are gonna be judged on you. Remember your
100%.
deeds are sleeping next to you. Sleeping next to you. You know what I'm saying?
Man. That's true, bro.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, we live in a world right now where we believe in education and forwardness and performance and ambition, and where we can become something and do something different and own a house or a villa or a palace, you name it. You understand what I'm saying? But please believe me, all this, you're looking at everything, including your mouth, your hand, your eyes, your teeth, your nose. Everything is gonna talk about you tomorrow.
SubhanAllah, man. You're getting me scared now, man, Yawale, man.
No, wallahi, I'm being honest with you though.
Yeah, you're being honest, true, yeah.
No, wallahi, I'm telling you the truth, you man. Wallahi, love to lie. You can say I'm chewing or whatever you want to say.
No, you're telling the truth, man.
Wallahi, I tell you the truth. Your eyes will talk, your hands will talk, everything. After when I was 20, I swear to God, I believed I was going to live forever. I was strong. I thought I can change the whole world. I went to accounts. I studied. I went to working for Spotify. I went to Facebook, Google, every one of them, bro.
MashaAllah.
Wallahi, I'm serious. I left all of them, bro. You know what I do today? I work for myself, bro.
MashaAllah. I think that's the best thing, working for yourself, bro.
In a small, tiny little shop, wallahi, I try to make my living. End of story.
MashaAllah.
And I'm really happy with it.
Because, like, you are your own person, man. You don't have someone else telling you what to do, innit?
No, not only that, bro, I'm not guilty about it at the end of the day.
So you're just trying to breeze through this life by pleasing Allah, then getting ready for the next chapter.
Next chapter, that's
just
it.
Making sure you don't harm no one.
You know, I tasted the best of best, bro. You name it. You know, the best of things. The Copacabana and all the restaurants and you name them, bro. We've been. I drank all the drinks, sniffed everything that was available to sniff, did everything. But it's not
But
worth
all that
it.
doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is reality. Because you said, when you were in your 20s, yeah, you had the strength of 10 lions.
You think you can change the world, but you're an insect. You're a tiny insect, a very tiny insect in the world life. Wallahi, look at the century, look at the earth around you, look at the planets around you. Oh my God.
This
Wallahi,
world
you get
belongs
hurt.
to Allah. That's a fact. It belongs to Allah.
Subhanallah, Subhanallah. When you see the mass, oh my God. You know, the other day I was watching, what's his name? Virgin, Richard Branson,
Oh, yeah, that guy, yeah.
go to the space and come
In
back.
space, yeah, what he's saying, yeah.
Oh my God, bro. Even he said, like, we're small compared to what's out there.
Yeah, because the universe is huge, isn't it? Even we're small compared to this ocean, let alone the universe, isn't it?
Yeah. It's really sad, bro.
But it just shows you, man, the next reality, the next life, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Subhanallah. How in the day of judgment, man? How are you gonna rise up? Are you gonna rise up blind? Are you gonna
There's no blue pill or red pill or any pill that day.
You know what I mean? Everyone's gonna have to. You know what I'm talking about, that bridge. Just
Yeah,
before you
wallahi.
just before you enter heaven. What's it called? So what's the name of that bridge? Sirat? Is it called Sirat or something like that? It's sharp as a knife, thin as a hair.
Yeah, and then you have
Strand
to
of.
walk through that to get to the heaven's gate. Oh my God.
You know, a lot of people are gonna fall on that bridge. You know that.
Yeah.
Everybody. Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says in the Quran, He's gonna make everyone cross it, even the prophets, even Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is gonna cross that bridge.
Everybody.
Everybody's gonna cross it. Allah. I made so much mistakes in my life, man. Oh my, may God have mercy on me.
Yeah, but listen, Allah is most forgiving. Allah, Allah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Right.
The most Rahim, most Rahman. Please do not ever believe He will never forgive you. As long as you repent and you don't go back to the sin, I promise you, Allah will forgive you.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like,
Don't worry about what you
God.
did in the past. Remember one thing I'll tell you, AK, is wallahi, I'm serious. Yesterday, we'll never see daylight again. It's like sigaarka
It's gone forever. It's gone forever.
Yeah, ashka markaa saas u turtid sigaarka, ashka
Yeah.
markaa dhuqdid, ashka saas u turtid. It's like that. It will never see daylight again. If you repent and you come back to Ilahi and you don't commit the same sins, I promise you, Allah will forgive you.
You know, alhamdulillah, we're Muslims. You know that. Being a Muslim is like you won the lottery because there's so many non-Muslims in this world. Look at China, man. All those billions in India.
The other day, I could not believe you can ask SSK, yeah? Oh my God, they put it on the WhatsApp and everything. Oh my day. You know, hey, if you want to live Islam, you become rich.com.
See? Some people are going to fall for that trick, man.
They did. Do you know how many Somalis?
Somalis love money. That's what kills them.
And so many Arabs.
Oh man.
Leave Islam, you become rich.com. Oh my God.
Well, I would never leave Islam for that petty thing.
And
man.
they did, though.
Not my pyramid.
Wallahi, it's not like they did. But the thing is,
let them go to hell. Let them go to hell, those people. Who gives a F about them, man? Everyone's got their freedom.
That's the quickest way to hell.
If you're dumb enough.
Quickest way to hell. That's Shaitan telling you.
You said that. I heard. Yeah, you said that earlier. You said that's the quickest way to. But you know, I'm on like what chaos is on, man. Whoever is dead, man, is dead, man, innit, man? You just gotta let them be, bro.
No, but it's a horrible thing to think about. Come on, man. They're selling it to the youth tomorrow. Not to you and me. Of course, obviously not you and me. They're going to come to the youth. Who's money hungry. Look at the society we live in. All motivated by money and things you own.
That's true.
If you don't have the latest iPhone, you're a waste, man. If you don't got the latest Jordans, you don't exist.
Yeah, but it's the material world that we live in, man. What do you expect with that, brother,
All
man?
this design is a posters, bro. I won't be surprised tomorrow if Jordan comes out and say, "Yeah, I left my wife. I'm on poster."
Who? Michael Jordan?
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's making too much money. Why not?
Yes, guys.
Yeah. He married some Colombian girl, innit?
Yeah, but my brother's on the panel. I'm gonna call it a night.
In a bit more, G.
Right.
I'm gonna lock it off anyway.
Rodriguez, my guy, man. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Nice to have this conversation with you, like, inshallah.
It's Sunday, innit, my bro?
Anytime, bro.
Sunday's my next day.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys, man.
No, wait there, you guys, yeah.
Hey, KS, man, come on, man, stay, man.
We're
love
gonna do
you,
the
man.
backstage, innit? You know the backstage. So yeah, we've got 1 more minute, man. We're gonna round up to 4-hour stream. You know the ones everyone else is that's just tuned in, please.
أنا ما قاعد نقعد man. Elban like انت. والله نقعد نقعد bro. We're not talking about something interesting for the women.
You know what we should talk about one time? Why do successful like black men not marry black women?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll give you an example.
I like that.
I just mentioned, you know the English footballers, the black English footballers.
Black man, when they're successful, never marry a black
woman. Why did they go for a white woman?
Do you know the worst one is? Have you ever heard this one? They don't let us marry their sisters. That's the weirdest one.
Clarify that again, Khalid.
You know, a lot of this is the one I laugh at. Is like, you know, man, say they don't let us marry their sisters. When I speak to a lot of their sisters, they say, bro, no one marries us, even the Misachi, you know, the Muslim ones. So it's like, I've never seen a nation of men run away from their women so much. So that's not really an issue that we have. But on that note, Sunday's our next topic. And you know what we do? We'll make that into a stream. I'll bring some of the sisters.
Yeah, because that'll be interesting. Because like you see a lot of successful
I don't
English
mind
footballers.
arguing with sisters. Well, I don't mind arguing with sisters.